and Taves, combined with the fact of we just want to get to the 3-week break for the Olympics. I think that was a huge factor because since then, the Avs have come back from the break and just continued to be the team that we hoped they would be. Have one loss, but they're 4-1 in their 5 since the Olympic break. They continue to keep people at arm's length in the standings. When you look at the Dallas Stars, who won again last night, they've now won 10 in a row, but they're still 6 points back, and you have a game in hand on them. And the Wild, who won last night as well, they're 9 points back, and you have 2 games in hand on them. You're still in great shape. And what I really love since coming back from the Olympics is the way that a lot of different guys in this roster are playing. I think there's a few different factors that are lining up to make it feel a lot like what the Avs did when they went on their cup run 3 years ago. Or 4 years ago. Gosh, all these things are getting mashed together. Whenever that was. The reasons for the success of that team that have similarities to this one is you got your top players playing at a super high level. And it looks like Nate MacKinnon is Nate MacKinnon again after having a couple of games since that break that something just felt a little bit off. He looks totally right now. Marty Necas has been on a tear, not just, in these games since the break, but also during the Olympics. He's just continued right where he left off. In these 5 games since the break, he's got 5 goals and 5 assists. Pretty damn good. And then, despite what some others might think, I would imagine that you'd have to agree. Gabe Landeskog is pretty damn important to this team and their success. The second Landeskog left was when the team started to have a few of their troubles. And its impact, not just of his play, like, yes, being a captain is hugely important to what the Avs do. His leadership quality is something that's been missing for 3 years, and I think it's been pretty clear and obvious. But he's also just been a really good player. I think at the beginning of the season, and we talked about this, Nelly, I was a little bit nervous when he got his first real chunk of play about what kind of player he was, because he was really trying to figure this out. And I was worried that the contract that you were paying him, combined with the injury that he suffered and he's trying to return from, it was too much. That he could play, but not play near the level that you need him to. And then about a month and a half, 2 months into the year, you started to see it click for him. And right before his injury, he was playing at an exceptionally high level. And you look at the amount of points that he was racking up, he was basically, after that sort of month and a half to start the year, a guy who was on pace for nearly a point per game. And if he's doing that, that's exactly what you're looking for out of him. It's hard to really get an accurate assessment of Landy because we judge Landeskog by what he was doing 3 years ago. And the weird part is, even if he wasn't hurt, his game would still probably be a little bit diminished because he's older. And that's the truth. But you got your big dogs playing well. And then, when you combine on top of that, the depth pieces. So your McCarrs, your MacKinnons, your Nechases, your Landeskogs, all of those guys are playing really, really good hockey. And then you got guys like Parker Kelly throwing in a couple of goals. Jack Drury jumping in on the fun. Victor Olofsson doing some things. Once you get all that combined with what I think is your best goaltending that you've had. And I'm talking about basically since I've been here in 2019. I don't know if there's been any better combination than Blackwood and Wedgwood. Statistically, two of the best goaltenders in the league, and they're on your team. Like, once again, last night, you get a game in which the shots are pretty even. In fact, you're outshot by 2 with Anaheim, who's got really good offensive players. And Wedgwood makes 27 saves on 28 shots. You're able to throw in 5 goals on 26 on the Stahl. You have all the requisite pieces, and I think what we saw at the end of that pre-Olympic break was just a team that, like, hey, we built up a lead. I don't really care about these last couple of weeks. And I think that's human. And it happens with everybody. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Speaking of, do we got some postgame of Bedsy afterwards? Because he's been happy with the way they've played, and he should be. Because, you know, we talked a lot yesterday about the Avalanche and their behavior. Like, are you behaving like a team that is championship caliber? And my answer was no. They don't behave that way. The Avalanche do. And with the exception of maybe a couple of weeks during the course of this year where every team's going to get in a rut, it's a long season. You have a wealth of evidence for a team that behaves as if they are ready to hoist a Stanley Cup at the end of the year. And when your expectations at the beginning of the season were that high, it's really hard to live up to it. And the Avs have. When your starting point is the top, how do you impress when you're already expecting the best? You know, I've never been to a Michelin star restaurant. I'm a big fan of Gordon Ramsay. I'll watch anything that guy does. I like there's some sort of combination in my head of food and yelling at people that I enjoy. And I can't tell you what it is, but between that, I don't know, you guys Bar Rescue fans? Bar Rescue's another show, John Taffer. You go in there and start throwing some food around, throw out the F-bomb at some owners, I'm in. Did you know, Nelly, there's been like 5 episodes on places here in or around the Denver area, including one of them where I was surprised. They always bring in the recon people. And in this episode, I forget what the bar was. The recon was Kareem Jackson, Bradley Chubb, and somebody else, with Cortland Sutton being the guy who's watching the TV feed with John Taffer. And I realized all of them are gone, except for Cortland. You know, they're good players, but all of them were gone.
Better bar rescuers, I guess.
Yes, I suppose so.
So, Brett, if you like that vibe, then how about this? Just continue with your whatever take you were going to say about the Avalanche, and then I'll give you the restaurant show experience that you like so much.
Okay, gotcha. When you have goaltending like that, it's going to be
terrible. It's not rare. It's raw. It still has a pulse.
Let me tell you something. Early episodes of those, like Hell's Kitchens and stuff like that with Gordon Ramsay, he was so mean and the show was so good, and then he got nicer. Still yells at people, but not as angrily, and it kind of ruined it for me. Not going to lie. Texture says, good show, but a little too much screaming on Bar Rescue. To each their own. You take a plate, you chuck it across the room, and you tell them to figure it out. Big fan. Favorite part, everybody's favorite part, by the way, there's no debating this if you watch any of these shows. Going into the walk-in and seeing all the nasty stuff that people have in their fridges. It actually freaks me out how often they find this stuff.
Well, next time you start criticizing the Broncos offense and its lack of production, I'm going to take 2 pieces of bread. I'm going to go in there, put one on either side of your face, and start calling you an idiot sandwich.
Yeah.
If that's how you want to play this.
Somebody get this to John Taffer. If they have another one here in Denver, he always brings, like, he goes, I got a couple local radio hosts I'm bringing in. I'll be the host. I'll be the guy that does the recon. And I want to yell, with you at those people.
What's your talent? I guess with your background, you could tell if milk is sour, but aside from that, how you qualified to be a bar rescuer?
Oh, because I imbibe in a lot of the bars around town. I'm a connoisseur, if you will. I don't have the proper paperwork to be a cicerone, but I have the intake of one. Anyway, Avs are playing really good hockey after the break. It's what I expected. It is it's the level that you've come to expect from a team that wants to be taken seriously. And let's listen to Bedsy after the game.
You know, we have a great record, no question, and guys aren't satisfied, right? We had a bigger picture in mind, and we're prepping for the long haul here and what's to come in playoffs, which is going to be difficult opponents, especially in our division. So we're still fine-tuning and working on our game, and the guys are still focused on getting better as the year goes on.
It looks like it. Excuse me. It looks like it. That's exactly how I describe it. They look like a very good team who is not satisfied with just being good. This team has been on the precipice of winning championships every year since they actually won a few years back. And you can tell it eats away at guys like MacKinnon and McCarr. When you know you have the talent to do so and you just can't find it. And so it just looks like there is a behavior that is compatible with a team that is at its peak and wants more. 303-504-0925. I wish Gordon Ramsay would come into the Rockies organization and did a franchise rescue where he threw sports towels at Dick Monfort. That would actually be great. Why don't we do a sports one of these? Somebody walks in there like the Sacramento Kings or Cleveland Browns. That'd be awesome.
You would walk into the walk-in freezer and just find a rotting Chris Bryant in there and go,
yeah, exactly.
Get it out! Get
exactly.
It out!
What is this still doing here? It expired 3 years ago.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
Yeah, he would immediately fire that guy. He's like, why is he in charge? I'd be terrible at bar rescue. I'm a huge fan of dive bars. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, I've always said the best bar is one that you feel like you might get stabbed in, but you never will. That's the kind of dive bar I'm looking for. Dimly lit, neon lights. Somebody might be smoking at the bar illegally. Just light up a cigarette. Like, that's the kind of dive bar I'm looking at.
One of the best bars like that I've ever been to was somewhere in the Lower East Side in New York near Chinatown. I can't remember what it was called, but my cousin took me there, and we walked in, and it was just dingy, weird-looking wood, all beat up. Didn't look like there was a floorboard that was up to code in the entire place. But the best part was you could tell that they just left up all of their holiday decorations for every holiday year-round.
Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, whatever. We're going to celebrate whenever.
Yes, because I was there in late October, so all the Halloween decorations were up. But there was a Santa Claus in the corner. I saw I saw a string of hearts hanging for Valentine's Day. There was a leprechaun. They just had everything taken care of all at once.
Hey, Nelly, you don't got to get ready if you stay ready.
Absolutely. This bar was ready.
But I think bar rescue, it's not like you're going to a Michelin star restaurant. It's like you're going to order a cheeseburger and have somebody make you an old-fashioned. Like, it's not that complicated. So, John Taffer, I got you. I'm your guy. 303-504-0925. Jarrett Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. Texture says, you are describing the dirty duck. It's exactly what I'm describing. I love the dirty duck. I love it. I was just explaining this to Nelly. It was right by our old building that we used to be at. And I went there for the first time, and it's like walking into your grandma's house if your grandma owned a dingy dive bar. That's it. It's the perfect thing. So, if you guys got more dive bars, throw them my way. I need more of these in my repertoire, by the way. Got to be more aware of what's going on around here. So, I do want to talk about free agency a little bit, and the franchise tag deadline was yesterday. The players that are on that franchise tag, it is two of them that we have mentioned multiple times about could they be a Bronco this year, and that is George Pickens in Dallas and Breece Hall in New York. Also, Kyle Pitts in Atlanta. And then Daniel Jones got the transition tag. I don't know why there's all these different things here, but from what I understand, the transition tag just means you can offer, he's going to make a guaranteed salary of $37.8 million. If some other team comes in with a bid higher than that, Indianapolis can match it. That's how I understand this thing works. But it also gives you time to work out a longer-term deal. But here's what's funny about guys like Daniel Jones. I think the only option that you can use with a guy like Daniel Jones is 1-year franchise tag deal. Because are you supposed to trust that? A wealth of evidence of Daniel Jones not being very good throughout the course of his career. And then he was very, very good in 13 games for the Colts before going down with an injury. Is that something you can trust? I'll have you keep in mind, when they started the season, remember, they beat the Broncos in that close 29-28 game in week 2. They go on, start the year 7-1, then 8-2, and then they lose 2 consecutively before he gets hurt in the Jacksonville game, which brings him to an 8-4 record without Jacksonville counting. I don't think that's something you can trust long-term, that if you wanted to give that like a 4-year, $50 million per deal, that's probably something I think you'd come to regret. But you can get one more look at it. And those kind of players in this league are really interesting guys. It kind of feels like basically what this franchise tag is for. I'm not willing to let this guy go yet, but I'm not willing to commit super long-term to it either. That's George Pickens, I think, is a perfect example. I've told you, I would be nervous as hell if you paid that guy real money, how he'd react afterwards. He's the kind of guy that when he's in a contract year was openly quitting on plays. No, thank you to that. Part of it, like when he was franchise tagged, I was like, okay, thank you. Do not have any stories of him even sniffing around Denver. You don't want to welcome that into your locker room. But the big thing here is what's left, because that's what the Broncos are going to have to deal with. So some guys that were not tagged today that will become free agents next week. Kenneth Walker's out there. Alec Pierce is out there. Travis Etienne is out there. Do any of those names feel like ones that you really want to go out and pursue? Because to me, I would be okay with any of them. I find Alec Pierce incredibly intriguing. There is something that is totally missing from this Broncos offense. and it is the threat of a big play being made. Alec Pierce averages 22 yards per reception. I mean, this past season, I don't got his numbers in front of me. He had something like 43 catches for 1,000 yards, which seems impossible. Let's see. Alec Pierce finished this season. Remember, a year in which his quarterback got hurt early in the season. They had to call 55-year-old Phillip Rivers to go play. 47 catches for 1,003 yards. That's the kind of thing where it's like that it feels like that sort of big playability can't be taught. It's just you got it or you don't. And part of it's because he is a lot faster than you think. Insert Jim Rat white guy joke here. The other thing is he's 6'3". He's a huge target. And if you're looking for size and speed, well, Sean Peyton, it checks off the tall check mark that he needs and speediness that not a lot of other guys in this roster have. Like, I would love to have him. And people are concerned, like, well, how much is he going to cost? The cost of these players now is not a concern of mine. You have room with your salary cap space. You aren't paying off dead money. Yes, you've re-signed a whole bunch of guys, which is what smart teams do. You keep your good players on the roster. But you have a quarterback on a rookie contract, and now is the time to pounce. If I need to overpay for a guy or two, who cares? If I have to spend a few extra bucks to get some guy in here that maybe even you feel like, yeah, he's not worth $20 million a year, he's worth like 18, but we got to give him 20. Do it. Think about the position you're in. You are, to me, just a couple of different playmakers away from being one of the Super Bowl favorite, one of the Super Bowl favorite. I don't know. Stack yourself up with Seattle and everybody else. What did Seattle have that you didn't? A running game that they trusted, in a wide receiver in JSN that was just better than everybody else. Get yourself impact players at both of those positions, and I think you could go team for team and say, what does this team do better than what we do? And the answer is I don't know if anybody does much of anything better than you. Defensively, you're as good as anybody in the league. You have the best pass rush in the league. Best secondary, I would say, in the league. Offensive line, one of the best in the league. Quarterback that's good. I don't know where you want to rank him in stacking 1 through 32 on starting quarterbacks in the NFL, but he's in the top half. Probably borderline top 10. It's a matter of now finding weapons for that guy. And if you do that, maybe he vaults to an even higher place. So I think you got to go out and again, this is the offseason to be hyper aggressive. Take some hacks. To make a baseball reference, this is a 3-1 count. Come out of your shoes. You're probably getting a fastball groove down the middle. Go out and try and make something happen. Because this is the time. Like, teams die to be in the position that the Broncos are in. That you have a roster that's championship caliber with a quarterback on a rookie contract. It's the Rolls Royce of places to be in as a franchise. Nothing better. And it's for this exact thing. Go out and get somebody of value and impact. And that is what I think they should be doing. So it's official here. According to Schefter yesterday, the Cardinals have informed Kyler Murray that they intend to release him on the first day of the league year next Wednesday, barring a trade between now and then. So Arizona already owes him $36.8 million guaranteed for 2026. It's going to be another $19.5 million that would have been triggered on March 15th for 2027. So now they're going to be moving on. Kyler Murray is a very, very interesting case to me of what you believe quarterbacks are and what they aren't. He is someone that for half a season will play it like an MVP level. He did this for like 3 straight years. We're like 8 games into the season. The Cardinals are a pretty good team. He's putting up insane stats. And people are like, man, maybe Kyler Murray should be in the MVP conversation. And then you look at it, you're like, oh, yeah, maybe he's like, I don't know, would he be third, maybe second? And then the second half of the season starts, which always seems to coincide with the Call of Duty game, and Kyler Murray can't play anymore. And I just don't think you can, if you're Arizona, you can live with that yo-yoing style of inconsistency because you're tantalized by the top end, but the low end is pretty bad. The question with him is there a case that can be made that he's playing for a terrible organization? And when you leave a terrible organization and you go to a better one, can you revive your career? Daniel Jones just got $40 million doing just that. Geno Smith left the Jets, became a starting quarterback in Seattle and then Vegas. Pretty good in Seattle, terrible in Vegas, but got another opportunity. Sam Darnold, obviously, is another one. Like, you have 3 different examples of all of those guys leaving terrible franchises, finding somewhere else, and having success. What Kyler Murray should be doing, if he doesn't, somebody's going to call him about a starting job. Somebody's going to want a piece of that. What I do if I'm Kyler Murray, because how old, take a guess, Nelly, how old do you think Kyler Murray is?
I don't know, like 29?
That's what I'm thinking, right around there. Yeah, he's 28. He'll be 29 before the league starts this year. You're a quarterback. You got a ton of runway left. Now, for his style of game, I don't know how much you can be scrambling around and twinkle-toesing your way for 25-yard runs. I always have that sound effect in my head, by the way, when I see him run. I have that Fred Flintstone bowling, that like that sound constantly. But I think it could be, like, if I'm him, do I spend a year just signing San Francisco and be like, Kyle Shanahan, fix me, and then I'll go elsewhere? But I need fixed. Seems to work for a lot of other guys. Yes, that. Tell me that isn't your first thought when Kyler Murray takes off for a first down. Texture says, Brett, I don't know if the Broncos will be aggressive with free agents. They have cap space this year, but are near the bottom of the cap space in 2027 and 2028. That can be done with a whole bunch of restructuring and stuff like that. You know, the salary cap is real, but it seems to be only super punitive if you are rife with dead cap, which the Broncos are not. They were, and now they aren't. It's exactly what he sounds like and looks like. But if you have, like, your dead cap is in a space where you're healthy in that department, you can restructure this, and I'll take this guy's contract, and we'll give you a bonus here, which takes your cap number down to this. I mean, Mahomes just went from being owed $70 million this year against the cap to like $48 with some sort of stroke of the pen. I don't know how they do it. It feels kind of like cheating. You know, that doesn't happen in hockey. It's not like, hey, we paid Nathan MacKinnon $18 million this year, and he's only going to be owed $4 next. Can we defer the payments until he's 67 years old? You know, whatever. That doesn't happen. But I think they can get around it. When I say be aggressive, it doesn't mean go sign 3 guys to, $35 million a year deals. Identify 1 or 2 dudes that are going to be worth a decent chunk of money. And running backs, decent chunk of money is much different than a wide receiver or cornerbacks or tackles, decent chunk of money. I mean, that's like What just happened with Breece Hall? Franchise tag was like $14 million a year. Well, if you like Kenneth Walker that much, $14 million a year over the course of a couple years, make it like 21 guaranteed. Like it's not a ton. So go out, make something happen. Just do it. Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado, and you can join Vitalent and the Nuggets to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalent.org/Denver Nuggets or at any Vitalent donation center during the month of March. You could win an autographed Nuggets jersey, but go to vitalent.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Back after this. Whatever happened to the Black Keys? I love the Black Keys. Are they still going? Are they still making music?
I think so. As long as there's a need for truck commercials, there will be a need for the Black Keys.
That's so true. It's good music, though. I really like the Black Keys. The trade deadline in the NHL is a couple days away. In fact, we're like, 50, what would that be? Is it 1 o'clock Mountain Time? So let's call it, math! No! 56 hours? 55, 56? Something like that. Away from the trade deadline. And I am convinced maybe I have put myself in some sort of Twitter algorithm where I see every little detail of one thing that now looks like it's, I don't know, man. I don't know if you've seen it, Nelly. Every time I open Twitter and there's somebody talking about rumors at the trade deadline, it's always, hey, the Flames and Avalanche are ramping up their discussions about Naz Kadri. Obviously, they're interested. The question is whether you can make it work money-wise. Because the easiest thing would be the Flames keep a little bit of that cash, but that means they need to be incentivized to do so. I don't know if the Avs are willing to do that. And I don't know if the Flames are willing to eat cash. I don't know. But could you imagine? Brock Nelson's going to stay at that second line spot because Brock Nelson's played too well to move. He's got good chemistry with his line mates, and that just feels right. But you drop him down to third? If Kadri's your third line center? Are you kidding me? And one texter says, don't want Kadri, he's a basket case. Well, that basket case was of incredible importance to you winning a cup just recently. And I think during that run, it changed a lot of people's minds on Kadri. Is he aggressive? Yes. But I don't think there's, as far as sort of the one and done guys that have been here, and maybe not one and done, but guys who are here for a short amount of time that then left and went elsewhere, and you've always wanted them to return. Like Kadri has been in, for me, in the few years that he was here, the same category as like Bruce Brown. Not the most important player on the team, but hugely impactful and important to your overall success. When he had that season where he ended up with, 87 points in that cup run, and he's gotten near that once in Calgary, but just look, the circumstances of the team that you're playing for make it difficult for you to reach that sort of apex again. If you have Kadri, given the type of production that he's giving, which is if now his 87-point seasons are, 67-point seasons, but you drop that down to a third line, come on, dude. I would love if this happens. You would have the greatest group up the middle in the NHL, and there wouldn't even be a discussion on anybody close. Texans are saying bring back Ryan O'Reilly. We would be fine on that one too. But I don't think that the Avs are just going to sit on their hands with $8.7 million to play with. And the aspirations that they have. And this has always been a discussion. They should have signed Kadri instead of Val years ago. You want to play the hindsight 2020 game on that one, that's fine. I think we all know how hugely important Val Nichushkin is to their success. And with that, Val is the type of player that directly impacts winning and losing. We've seen it in the on-off stats where Val Nichushkin plays and when Val Nichushkin doesn't play. They're a 500 hockey team when he's off the ice. They're elite level when he's on. So I don't think the impact is the wrong decision. But yeah, if you had a crystal ball and you saw that he was going to be just missing at random points, then yeah. little bit easier to make that choice, but you can't tell. And now you get the opportunity to have both again. You can suds bucket this thing. So I would love to see Kadri back here because I think if you do that, it's hard to pinpoint a weakness kind of anywhere on the roster. You'd have elite level talent. You'd have depth. You'd have goaltending. You'd have good defensive play. You'd have all that stuff. And a team that is hungry to go out and win. Nelly, before we get out of here, I want to play something for you because I love this. Russell Wilson was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. I don't know who they're with anymore. They used to be on Barstool. Now I don't know if they're their own thing or what. But it's Taylor Lewan, it's Will Compton, and they're talking to him. And if you guys remember back in October of this past season, the Broncos played against the Giants. It was that crazy comeback win where they were getting their butts kicked, and then they came back and won 33-32 late. One of those magical fourth quarter craziness things. And Sean Peyton mentioned after the game that he hoped that the Giants stuck with a different quarterback before they had to play Jackson Dart, essentially saying it would have been much easier to win this game today had they played Russell Wilson. To which Russell Wilson sent a tweet back. And this is the Bussin' with the Boys podcast talking about this.
Classless, ... but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media.
I don't say much. I never hardly ever say anything. I think there's a time and place. But sometimes you get fatigued of people talking about you. You just say, like you mentioned, we're all human. But it's one thing for people that maybe aren't in the field or aren't, people say bots or whatever, talking. Like I don't worry about that stuff. Like that never. But to me, when you've been in the ring or you've been on the same side of this and that, and I got the same amount of rings as you got, meaning Sean, listen, I got a lot of respect for him as a play caller, this and that. But to take a shot, I don't like. I don't think it's necessary, especially when I'm not even on your own team anymore. So for me, I've realized I've stayed quiet for so long. There's a time and place where I'm not. For me, I know who I am as a competitor, as a warrior, as a champion too. I've beaten Sean too. Like we've been on the same place and same thing. And so it's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
That's a little bit of Russell bowing his chest out, isn't it? Just a little bit of him being like, all right, you want to play this game? We'll play this game. It's kind of what I wish would happen with Russell while he was playing here, that he had a little bit more of that. Because I didn't think it was fair, the amount of shots that he was taking from people, like his peers across the league, that he just wasn't willing to respond to because he thought this is being the good diplomat and not really paying attention to the criticism. But you can tell, like, one thing that we pinpointed on this show and a lot of different people did early in that relationship was, and I'll say it again, the biggest problem with Russ and Sean Payton was this. They hated each other with a burning passion. Hated. And so, when you have that relationship, you don't need to be buddies to be teammates or to be, some head coach quarterback combo. But there needs to be respect. And that just didn't feel like that was there. And I don't know what happens with Russ. Like, I don't know if his career is done now like he did. If you remember when he got benched, I don't know if they had a bye week or what, but he did like the media thing where he was on one of those pregame shows. I don't know if it's ESPN or whatever. I'm sure he'd be really good at it. He's a talker. But it kind of feels like there's nothing left in the league for Russell Wilson anymore. That part has sailed. I don't know if people want him as a backup. Like, do you remember Russell Wilson as a backup quarterback, Nelly? Jackson Dart has his head turns into scrambled eggs, and Brian Daboll runs into the blue tent to be like, I'm not playing Russell Wilson, get your helmet on. I don't care if you're seeing double of everything in front of you. It's a better option than playing him. So 303-504-0925. Hey, Denver golfers, it's time for the Colorado Golf Expo, and it's better than ever. I'll be there this weekend. This Friday, March 8th through Sunday, or March 6th through Sunday the 8th at the National Western Center, loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range, and free parking. Text GOLF right now to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a 4-pack to the Colorado Golf Expo. You can also watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar. Do the same for YouTube. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Now Kelly at the far circle, lets it ride, he scores! Go ahead and silly Parker Kelly! His first points in his last 3 games. Kulak thought about a shot, now he lets it go. Save made, rebound there to Stoll. Can he cover it up? No, Jack Drury has it. Parker Kelly shoots and scores! His second goal of the game! Set up by his buddy Jack Drury. Go ahead and silly Parker Kelly. His second 2-point game in a week.
Well, butter my great ass. Call me a biscuit.
So, Vic, I think you were gone for this, but Parker Kelly scored this great goal.
What is going on with this guy?
And this was, a week and a half ago, something like that? And I said, if he does anything that cool, it's not butter my butt and call me a biscuit. It's butter my ass and call me a biscuit. And doing that last night, couple of goals for him, huge. And the Avs overall, here's the thing, Vic. What I've come to the conclusion to, it's 5 games post-Olympic break. They're 4-1. They had that one clunker against Minnesota. But I think one thing has been confirmed. That little rut that they were in pre-Olympic break.
She gone.
That was a combination of, yes, Landy and Taves being hurt, but also, Vic, it was just massive senioritis. They saw the break coming, and they just felt like they didn't care.
Last night was dominant.
Yeah.
That was the
they
team.
care now.
That was the team. But, if you take a look right behind them in
I know.
rearview mirror, Dallas wins again. Dallas has now won 10 in a row.
Yep.
What
Still,
is happening?
Still gaining no ground, though. They're still 6 points back. Avs have a game in hand, but yes, they continue to win. It feels like Minnesota is far enough out of reach because they're 9 points back with the Avs having 2 games in hand that Dallas is your only worry right now. Yeah, they're playing well, but that's why you need to continue to play well, and that was a beautiful game yesterday.
And both teams are off until they meet. Is it Friday night?
Yes, Friday.
Friday night in Dallas. First time they've met since very early in the season. You know, that kind of game it's sort of like the Nuggets OKC game.
Yeah.
Can't wait, right?
Yep.
And I have a feeling it's going to have fireworks like the Nuggets OKC did too.
Yep.
I have a feeling. Because
So-
everyone knows what this kind of game means.
I mean, you got to go all the way back to the 3rd game of the year.
Yeah.
And they lost to Dallas in a shootout. But if you look at what's going right for the Avs right now, and I like to compare them back to 2022 when they won the Cup and the things that they had then, which is your top players need to be playing at the elite level that you come to expect. Whatever sort of hiccups that MacKinnon dealt with the first couple of games post-Olympic break are gone. He is back to being full force again.
Consider your top players. Kale scored.
Yeah.
Marty Nacho scored.
And can I say something? Natchez
Yeah.
is playing unbelievable. He's got, since the break, he's come back to played 5 games. He's got 5 goals and 5 assists in those 5 games. 10 points total.
Gabe scored on what I consider the prettiest pass I saw all night. That little thread the needle pass from MacKinnon to Gabe was just beautiful.
Despite some other beliefs, Gabe Landeskog is hugely important to this team. And it's not just for the leadership impact, which is obviously a huge thing. Do you know the record of the Avs with and without Gabe this year?
Well,
it's unreal.
He got hurt in January, and that's when they sort of struggled. Well, not sort of. They did. So I imagine the record is obvious.
So I just had it pulled up. Sorry, let me find it again. The record without Landeskog this year is, oh, come on, computer, pull it up. I'll find it in a second. Computer's freezing. But it's immensely different. And you could tell the flip happened the second that he got hurt, and especially the scary way that he did. Remember, we thought it was like his knee again when he first went down against Florida. But he's been playing at a level since for the rest of the year where it's like he's averaging what would be the equivalent to a 65-point season, which is super high level. It's what you want from a second-line guy.
For those wondering, Moser is not late this morning. He's not. I usually call him on it when he's late. He's doing something noble. He's playing golf at a really sweet course that I'm very jealous.
Oh, here you go. The Avs are 35-4-7 with Gabe Landeskog this season.
Hold on a second. 35-4-7 with, how about without?
6-6-2.
Okay. Yeah, it's a different team, it seems.
Very different. Yeah. It feels like a lot of those Val Nichushkin stats that we had back in the day where Val, if he was missing, they're a 500 hockey team, and when he plays, they're great.
I wonder if Val's going to be. Yeah, I've heard whispers about Val being involved in trade deadline stuff.
Well, he's in one right now. He's got, if you look at just the goals scored by Val, he's scored 1 goal since the new year.
Listen, I don't take it. It doesn't take a private investigator to figure out he is not the player he was when the Avs made their Stanley Cup run, nor the year after when he got in trouble, right?
Yeah.
He's not the same player.
He had a decent, like he had a good start to the year, though. He was all right at the beginning. It's just there's something that has flipped since the new year that they can't seem to find right now. And I don't know what that is. But he's got to find it in a hurry. Now, he does a whole bunch of other things that don't show up on the stat sheet. He's a really good back checker, all that different stuff.
What time is Coach joining us?
He's going to join us at 9 this morning.
All right, so I take it he's not playing golf with the boys.
Or maybe he is. I don't know.
It's a much-deserved day off. It's a complete day off for the Avs as they embark on that trip to Dallas after winning 2 in the greater Los Angeles metro area.
Yep. They, by the way...
The course they're playing is very expensive, by the way.
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Moser told me how much it was, and they go, I wouldn't play.
Yeah, but
I don't know if any...
They're getting a deal.
How good of a deal?
Half. You'd play
That's
for half.
still a lot.
It's still up, but you'd play.
Yeah.
This place is sweet. I played it years ago, and I would play it again at that price.
Yeah, half is still a lot. It's a lot. But they have also depth, which is shown in the way of Parker Kelly and how he's playing this year. Do we have? Yeah, we have MacKinnon on this. Listen to Nate talk about Parker Kelly after the game.
Yeah, impressive. He's always talking about how bad his contract is he signed now. So, yeah, he's rattled about it, but, it's okay. He's a team guy.
So he's talking about how bad his contract is that he signed. And look, when you're producing at the level that he is, I mean, he's probably right. It's just like, damn, signed this at the wrong time. When you look at what production he's putting up.
I love that they can give each other help for that.
I know.
You lost a ton of money.
But think about it. Like, he's got 15 goals this year.
I know.
It's more than double what he's had in any other season. There's 20-some games left to go? I mean, yeah, he should be.
And that goal he had yesterday was a sharpshooter type goal.
Yes. And he's had a few of those lately. Well, hell, man, the goal that he scored like the week and a half ago, weaving in between four different dudes.
The goal of the night.
I mean, goodness gracious. Here's Bednar after the game.
We have a great record, no question, and guys aren't satisfied, right? We had a bigger picture in mind, and we're prepping for the long haul here and what's to come in playoffs, which is going to be difficult opponents, especially in our division. So we're still fine-tuning and working on our game, and the guys are still focused on getting better as the year goes on.
That is so true. Like, they have that great combination right now from the looks of it, Vic, of a team that's probably the most talented best team in the league that's also looking hungry still. They still look like they're out there to compete every single night, not rest on their laurels or anything like that.
And they just dropped the hammer last night from the get-go.
Yeah.
They took control early. Anaheim comes back to cut it. What was it, 2-1? Did they cut it to 2-1 or 3-1? 2-1.
Yeah.
There was a power play that was powerless. That was the only issue I had with that game last night is that second power play where they couldn't even get a shot off.
Right.
Top unit. And then they score, Anaheim, immediately after the power play ends.
Yep.
And now you're thinking, oh, great. See, sometimes when the power play doesn't work, it even hurts more because they scored right away.
Well, can I mention something about that? Because they did score on a power play last night. They were 1 for 3.
Their first one.
So they are now help me out, Nelly. You're a tracker. 3 of 14 post-Olympic break, I believe?
That is correct, yes. And Mr. Darts, who does math on the fly, what percentage is that?
21-ish?
That is correct. It is 21.4%.
That, if they get 21%, that's exactly what you're looking for from them. And I mentioned this to Moser when you were out, Vic, and Moser screamed at me. Because I watched Marty Necas in the Olympics sit at the spot that MacKinnon sits at in the power play. And he scored goals in the Olympics from that spot. And I go, do you maybe consider just to switch something up? Have Nate be kind of the rover guy and have him sit there? How'd he score last night? Right from that dot that MacKinnon sits at.
Yeah. I can't tell you what to do. I don't know enough about it to tell you what to do, and I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you this. After that, Anaheim scores to cut it to 2-1, and now you're like, oh, boy, here we go. They're in one. That Parker Kelly goal was huge.
Yes.
And then they just dominated the third.
It just kind of reset and was like, yeah, we're fine. We're totally fine. But,
hey, man, these next 48 hours for the Avs with the trade deadline approaching, it's always fun. You know you're a contender, clearly a contender. You see what other teams are going to do. You have plenty of cap space to make a move. I can't wait. It's a fun time of year to be an Avs fan.
I want to talk more about that in a second. Let's do it at like 7:45. And we'll ask the coach about it because he'll join us at 9 o'clock today. Hell, maybe we'll get news before that even happens.
Bednar at 9 a.m.
Because I can't open Twitter right now, and maybe I've stuck myself in some sort of algorithm where I can't escape it. You ever been there before?
Well, they have
You're like, hey, I noticed you said on this video of watching this frog jump on a lily pad. Here's more frogs. Yeah. And you're like, I don't, it was an accident. I turned my head away.
I can't get off golf swings.
That happens. Yeah. But all I'm saying now, Vic, is the Avs and the Flames are in deep discussions about Nazem Kadri coming back to Colorado. And I'm like, okay, there's a lot of smoke here. I don't know if there's fire or not, but there's certainly like extensive conversations taking place between the two.
Oh, there should be. And they'd be dumb not to even talk. They're talking, clearly.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't consider Nas would you consider Nas your ride or die option? There's other options for the Avs.
No.
It doesn't have to be him.
If you did get him, though.
It doesn't have to be Nas Kadri.
If you did get him, imagine that guy being your third line center. That's the guy that you're throwing out on the third line.
Yeah, you'd be.
You would smoke another team's third line. Smoke them.
You'd be healthy.
Up the middle.
Can you explain to me then why the Dallas Stars are winning 10 in a row and they're missing Mikko?
Because they're good. They're a good team.
And deep.
Yeah, and deep. I mean, the Avs are the best team in hockey. Dallas is second. It's really, I don't know if there's another discussion. I know the East has got some teams that are good too. But certainly in the West, like there's a clear top two that are very, very similar to each other. But still, when you look at what the Avs have put together on top of, and this is important, we've discussed this already numerous times this year, they have the best goaltending tandem in the league too. I mean, last night, it doesn't matter if you play Wedgwood or Blackwood. Do you think the Avs are going to win with that guy? Yeah, I do. And I
thought Wedgwood got hurt last night. That was scary for a second there.
Well, you get outshot last night, and it doesn't matter. He makes 27 saves and 28 shots, and you put up 5 goals on 26. Like, you have a little bit of everything. Actually, a lot of bit of everything.
You know, you have a good goalie tandem when you don't know which wood is out there.
And it doesn't matter. Like, if I told you guys, if I asked you who's better between the two, my answer would be like, I think they're like the same.
Yeah.
Like, they're both good. I don't care who's playing. Vic, did you even feel the impact? Think about this for a second. There's been numerous points this year in which Blackwood has not been healthy and you've had to play Wedgwood. And then there's been times where Wedgwood has not been healthy and you've had to play Blackwood. And you haven't noticed a single difference when either are out. How many teams can say that? If their starting goalie goes down, they didn't feel an impact.
All wood is good wood. Doesn't matter which wood. Wedgwood or Blackwood.
How much wood would a woodchuck wood?
Name my wood.
Nice. You know, Vic, he's always comping Hawks. So a good win for the Avs last night. We'll talk more about that with Jarrett Bednar at 9 o'clock, along with some trade deadline stuff that is a little over 48 hours away. 303-504-0925. Tomorrow is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and that means you have a chance to win Nuggets tickets. So tune in all day for the keywords on the 20s. Back after this.
I'm always comping Hogs.
All right, you're at that point where you need to hire a lawyer. You don't know which one, but you know you need one. If you want your case to be taken seriously, you should choose a law firm that is taken seriously. Dan Caplis Law, because Dan Caplis Law is a real trial firm with proven lawyers that go to trial and prove the truth. When the insurance carrier doesn't pay all that it should in out-of-court settlement, Dan Caplis Law steps in. The only lawyer in Colorado history, Dan is, to win 11 straight seven-figure jury verdicts, including a record $205 million jury verdict in a wrongful death case. Also, the largest truck crash jury verdict in Colorado history. These insurance companies fool around, and then they find out. Dan Caplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. No upfront fees, no charge for initial consultation. Dan Caplis Law has offices in Denver, Greeley, Loveland, and Fort Collins. If you want your case to be taken seriously, call Dan, 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dancaplisLaw.com. That's C-A-P-L-I-S law.com. I want to go on the record, and I've already told you, and I've already apologized on the group chat. I felt bad for yelling at Moser yesterday. I really did. I felt bad, and I sent him a text, heartfelt, which he did not respond to. Said, I'm sorry for yelling at you mid-show. It's not my place. It's not who I am. I'm a nice, genteel fellow. And I yelled at him, and it was awkward silence for like 3 seconds. So I want to apologize, again, publicly. I did so privately, but now I'm going to do it publicly. What?
Trying to go back.
He didn't respond either. In fact,
the next thing that came up is Nelly said, hey, did you see Kyler Murray is going to get released?
Yeah, you know what? I take it back. Since he didn't respond, screw it. He deserved it.
Wait, you retract your apology based on silence?
No response.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
Like, I was expecting a retort like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that, or, I'll be back. Nothing.
Oh,
so now I
you were expecting him to also take responsibility for what he did yesterday.
Yeah. I
apologize to everybody yesterday. The show yesterday was terrible. It was bad. It was a bad show.
I'm not joking. Yesterday's show was probably bottom 5 show we've ever done.
I would agree with you. It was terrible.
I'm not being facetious here. This is not me being radio guy.
I totally agree.
That was one of the worst shows I've ever been a part of.
I don't think I've ever looked at Nelly since he's been here and been like, dude, this is terrible today. And I said that to him during the break. And I didn't know what to do. I couldn't get out of it. You couldn't get out of it.
And it's Moser's fault.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
I retract my apology.
That was quick.
Well, I've come to terms with who was at fault here.
Hey, so the franchise tag thing came and went yesterday. 4 guys got some sort of tags. One of them was George Pickens from Dallas, which, to me, good. I don't want that guy anywhere near here, and that takes away that possibility for the most part. Good.
He's really good, though.
Don't care.
I know,
Head
but
case.
He's so good.
I watched a guy in a contract year actively give up in games, and I'm like, if you're doing that when you're trying to make money, what happens when you make money?
You know what's funny? Guys like that, they don't just change their tune when they go to another team.
No.
It's the same personality, just on a different team. It's only a matter of time. There's a time bomb there. It's going to go off.
Even for what the Patriots did, and the Patriots would bring in people that maybe were a little bit of, quote, problem children.
Yeah.
They never changed those guys.
They just they tolerated them.
They tolerated it better, yes. Kyle Pitts was another one in Atlanta. And then, of course, Breece Hall we talked about yesterday, which was, another guy on a lot of Broncos fans' wish lists. This Daniel Jones one, the transition tag, I don't know why there's different tags here. So basically, here's what I gather it means. He's going to make $38 million this year. But if some team offers more money than that to him, the Colts can match it, is all that means. So I guess that's what the transition tag is. I've never seen that used before.
I haven't heard of one of those in a while, to be honest with you. So I heard you in the preview show, the practice show that you do.
The appetizer.
Yeah, the practice show. And you were talking about who the Broncos might go after in free agency. And by the way, is it me or is this free agent class just sort of,
It's not stellar, no.
It's just, There's nothing there.
The big names are things that you don't really need. The big ones here, Trey Hendrickson, obviously, but you have pass rushing.
Don't need one of those.
Tyler Linderbaum, the center out of the Ravens, is a very, very good player, but you don't need a center. So those are the big ones that you won't be involved in. Now, the other names that I think are interesting for the Broncos, these 3 guys will be available. 2 running backs and a wide receiver. Kenneth Walker, who did not get tagged yesterday. Travis Etienne out of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And Alec Pierce, the Colts wide receiver.
Yeah, and I heard you talk about Alec Pierce and how nice that would be. Now, remember, the Broncos have about $25.5 million in cap space, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have $25.5. Alec Pierce might eat most of that if you go after a guy like that.
Sure.
I would rather spend my money, if you're going to spend your money on an offensive weapon, spend it on a running back. Why are you spending it on a receiver?
I'd be good either way. Yeah, running back would be fine.
It's not even a question for me. Why would you spend that kind of money on a receiver? And I get it. The guy's explosive. He had more yards. What do you have? 47 catches for 1,000+ yards?
22 yards a catch.
Yeah,
Big play guy.
Big play receiver. But if I'm going to throw that kind of money out there, hell, a running back, number one, will be cheaper. You'll have more money left over to spend.
Yep.
Spend it on a running back. What are we doing here?
It depends on, do you think that Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP,
doesn't have to
is
be
that?
Him. It doesn't have to be him.
Do you think Travis Etienne is that? Guys that I would have thought about, I would have done that. I mean, not that much money, but I would have given David Montgomery some cash. I would have given Breece Hall some cash.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about the other ones. Kenneth Walker's pretty good. He's a pretty good player.
How much do you think Alec Pierce would warrant here? He is your top receiver in this free agent class.
I don't know. In the reason why I'm hesitant on naming a number, he didn't have 90 catches for 1,100 yards. He had 47. That's not I'm getting the ball to this guy 8 times a game type of player.
He has loud catches.
But they're loud, yes. So I don't know how to evaluate that in money terms. Because usually you look at, you got a guy who makes 80 catches a year for 1,000 yards. It's a big time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not giving you the bulk of my free agent money on one receiver. I'm just not doing it.
If he's sitting up there at $28 million a year, I agree with you.
Not doing it.
It's too much. But I'm just looking for guys that are going to be impactful. That's all. And one thing that you've been missing, and Vic, we were just talking about this yesterday, the thing that Alec Pierce fits is the two categories that I think are necessary for this team. And number one is an explosive playmaker, which he certainly is, no doubt about it. Number two, he's 6'3". He fits the tall bill that Sean Peyton wants to have in the offense.
And he's fast.
He is so fast. Yeah, insert sneaky speed wide receiver comment here. He's got all those different things. You don't have people on this offense outside of Marvin Mims that are just raw speed guys.
Okay, so I'll make a comp here. Everybody, pencil and paper. Even if you're driving, pull over. You have your choice for the Broncos offense. You can go running back, and we'll throw a name out. I'm just going to give you a name. It's not necessarily this guy. I'll give you Kenneth Walker.
Okay.
And I'll give you Kenneth Walker at, let's say, $14 million a year.
Okay.
Because that's what he's going to make, 14 and 15.
They said the starting point for his negotiations is the franchise tag, which is 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to take Kenneth Walker, 14 and 15 million a year, or spend 18 to 20 minimum on your boy Alec Pierce.
I think that'd be a deal. I think
That's a
I think
minimum.
he's probably
That's
getting
minimum.
more than that.
That's
but
minimum.
Yeah.
Dude, the running back touches it 15 times a game. Your guy touches it twice, 3 times a game. It's not even a question for me. It's not. This is the easiest decision you can make. Spend that money on a running back.
Well, let me tell you. Here would be my argument against it. It's not even that I disagree with you. Let's say you get Pierce for 20. It's the same to me as if I make an old Michael Porter Jr. sort of comment.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much the raw numbers that he gives you, it's what he opens up for others. Michael Porter Jr.'s impact wasn't felt with how many threes he hit per game. It was the threat of him opening space for other people.
I can use that argument, too, for running back.
You can.
If you get Kenneth Walker and you can run the ball with Kenneth Walker, you can still keep J.K. Dobbins. You still can, and R.J. Harvey.
That's what I'm saying. Are you paying Kenneth Walker for his skill or for his availability?
You're paying Kenneth Walker for play action is what you're paying him for, so that your receivers that you currently have will have more space to get open.
But hang on. What I'm asking is, do you think he's that much better than J.K. Dobbins? Just talent-wise. Because are we talking about availability or skill?
Both.
I think skill-wise, they're pretty close.
I agree.
And that's the only reason,
But one's available.
Yes, he gets dinged up quite a bit, but he did play, I think, in all 17 games this last year. He's healthier, obviously, than J.K. Dobbins is. But I'm looking for somebody that can change your offense. If you're looking for Kenneth Walker, it feels like the offense would be largely the same. He would just play more.
The projected deal for Kenneth Walker is somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 years, $36 million. Plus.
Yeah.
Plus. I can live with that. Even if let's say it doesn't work out. I can live with that over spending 4 to 5 years, 20, 25 million for Alec Pierce.
Yeah, if it gets into that territory, though, with Alec Pierce, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. It has to be the right deal. But I just want somebody that's going to open up a different portal within this offense that doesn't exist.
I get it, but they're not that receiver starved. That's for a team that's receiver starved.
I think they are. They were second in the league in drops. That can't happen. You want to help out your quarterback, hang on the damn football. That's number one. Number two, they're one of the worst in the league in explosive plays. Those two combinations means you need a wideout on this team. You need one. And maybe, Legwald's talked about this. Cortland Sutton gets too much grief because he's the only threat, and they game plan their entire defensive passing stuff to stop him. Then you need to get somebody else. Somebody else has to be that threat. And again, I would say Marvin Mims could probably do it, but they don't play him, so I don't know what to do. I've never had a player quite like that, by the way. Can you name somebody that you think was a really good, I'm talking any sport, you felt like was a really good player who just never played?
Underutilized?
Yeah. Who's another example of that?
An underutilized, really good player.
Guy plays in the game. He makes a huge impact, makes plays, but he doesn't play that much.
You can make the claim for a lot of players on the Nuggets. A lot of people want to see Deron Holmes play. Why isn't he playing? Sometimes he makes plays. Sometimes he's lost.
They tried to play him. He just didn't really do much when he was out there.
I'm just saying you can make the argument for a lot of players like that.
That's more of a backup quarterback argument.
Sure.
I haven't seen it yet. I just think it's going to be better. Mims actually produces when he plays. It's just weird. It's very bizarre.
You make it sound like he never touches the field. He's on the field. He just doesn't see the ball a lot.
He played like 16 snaps a game. That's not a lot.
Yeah. In the playoffs, his output in the playoffs doubled.
Well, yeah, when 2 other guys in your room go down with injuries and can't play, I mean, somebody's got to step up. I don't know. And a texter says this, is there a free agent tight end that's worth going after? Njoku's available. Now, do you still feel like Njoku's the same impact as he was maybe 3 years ago? I don't know.
I was looking at his numbers, too. It's not like he's a big machine, a production machine. He caught fewer passes than Evan Ingram.
That if you... To use one of your arguments.
And I know they had quarterback carousel. I get it.
For 2 straight years,
Yeah,
it's been like 9 different quarterbacks going through there.
You know, you're in love with Njoku. How do you pronounce his name?
Njoku.
You're in love with him because his body.
He's huge.
He's a monster.
I mean, he's massive.
He's a monster.
Yes.
And he's a ballerina with that body, too.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So I'm looking at all the free agent tight ends. I went through that list, by the way. I was shocked at how few impact players are in this free agent class. I really was.
There's one guy that I'll throw the name out there that I think would help, that I think has untapped potential that we haven't seen because he's been buried behind a really good tight end. Isaiah Likely out of Baltimore has been the backup to Mark Andrews, and he's gotten a few catches a year, but he doesn't play very often because Mark Andrews is always in. I think that guy's got ability. And if you put him in the number 1 spot for somebody, I think he can be really impactful.
What about Goddard?
Yeah, Goddard would be great. This is all like, see, this is the same thing as J.K. Dobbins, though. It's like, do you think a guy like Goddard is better than what you currently have in Ingram? And the issue that I'm having in free agency with a lot of these names that we're throwing out there, I can't guarantee that those guys are better than the guy you currently have already.
It depends how you use them.
Yeah.
Goddard made some huge catches when they won the Super Bowl.
Yes, he did.
He made some big catches last year.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't use that position, you're only as good as what you use.
Is that what you feel like the problem was? Like, I don't know. Do you think it was that they didn't feature Evan Ingram enough
It's a
within
good
the
question.
offense?
And maybe Davis Webb calling the plays changes that a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, how many, when you look back at the season, and the guy caught, which is interesting, he caught 50-plus catches, right? Was it 50? He had 50
It was
receptions?
a little over 50, yeah. You talking about Ingram?
Ingram.
Yeah.
Like, what game do you remember?
That's my whole thing. It's like numbers-wise.
Is there a game that you remember?
No.
The Washington game?
Dude,
He was big in that game.
I'm telling you right now, the play I remember from this past season from Evan Ingram, I swear to God, Vic, the number one thing that sticks out, it was the catch and run he made in the preseason.
Yes, the one where Stiddy's running to his right, finds him on the right sideline.
And he took off like another 30, 40 yards.
Me too.
But I can't even think of another play that he made.
I don't disagree, and that ain't good.
No. But you look at the raw numbers, it's like, oh, yeah, 50 catch season. What do you have, 600-700 yards? It looks pretty good. And I don't remember any of it. None of it.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
He's one of those guys in basketball where the game ends and you're like, what do you mean he had 23 points? I don't even remember that guy playing. But they have room to spend. Is anybody worthy of the spending? And sometimes, Vic, you can hang on to a little bit of that cash and save it for the next year and see if that free agent class is going to be better. Yeah. But there's just part of me that if they enter training camp without making some like big sort of splash move, I think I will be disappointed.
How many touchdowns? Check out his stats real quick. How many touchdowns did Evan Ingram finish with last year? Give me his numbers. Just, touchdowns are hard to come by sometimes too. It's got to be in the right place, right time.
Take a guess.
2. 1. Yeah. Isaiah Likely had 27 catches, 1 touchdown.
I mean, Ingram had 50 catches for only 461 yards and a touchdown. Like that's not impact. That's not what you paid him for. And that's not what you need out of that position. There's a large argument to be made that the teams that are typically finishing in the championship game level of the season, almost all of them have impactful tight ends.
And
that matter.
The more I look at this is one of the worst NFL free agent classes in terms of just like explosive players, franchise-changing players. It's one of the worst classes I can remember. It really is.
I'm trying to think like.
You tell me. Like, oh my God, it's going to change everything. Who on this list is going to change everything? Ain't nobody.
I have no idea. Because even the guys that you think are good still have question marks. Like, Tyreek Hill would be a big name that's a free agent, but you have no idea what that looks like.
Major injury.
No idea. Yeah, it's tough. And to be in this spot, the spot that the Broncos are, where it's like, hey, now's the time to spend. Who do we spend it on? Difficult place to be.
I mean, one of the biggest impact free agents in this class is 82-year-old Mike Evans.
Yeah. So ESPN has an article. They're trying to project where each guy in free agency is going to go. What they have for the Broncos is Cade Otton, the tight end out of Tampa. And they said because the Broncos already have a receiving first tight end in Ingram, and they need a number one tight end who is also a strong run blocker. That's Cade Otton. Useful as a receiver. 1,172 receiving yards, 5 touchdowns over the past 2 years, whatever.
I'm going to say this in the most respectful way possible. Who?
He's all right. Tight end out of Tampa. I mean, one thing is true, though. Evan Ingram cannot block. And maybe that's part of the issue. I mean, Sean Payton likes his guys to be versatile in the run and pass game, but still. A lot more to get to in a little bit. Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning. Can always get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. That is the sound of luck in the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. All your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all of that available to you. And today, Powerball, Wednesday, every Wednesday, Powerball, $20 million up for grabs for you. And that Mega Millions that's coming up next or on this Friday keeps climbing, $496 million up for grabs. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC. You receive a free credit to play in your first lottery game on that app. So download the Tulatero app right now and use my code MAGIC, Tulatero. It's your lottery app. All right, Jared Bednar is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. A lot more to get to with the Avs, and not just the way that they played yesterday, which was great, but the trade deadline that's coming up in 2 days and what they can do in the meantime.
And the big game Friday night, two titans of the sport, two titans of the West. Man, that's a big game. It's a big game for a lot of reasons. It's just sort of, hey, if the Avs win, they send the message, we ain't playing around anymore. If Dallas wins, they're like, you might have the lead and all this, but we're your daddy.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake, frankly. And you may not like to hear that, but that's what's at stake in a game like that.
What they have to is it's this odd thing of Dallas has your number in the postseason. I mean, there's no other way to put it. You've been close. You've been this close to breaking through, but they've just gotten you. And I think it does do something. If you get a win like that puts them farther in the rearview mirror in the standings and a confidence boost moving forward from there. You got this situation right now where MacKinnon's going to be out. It's now one of those week-to-week injuries, not day-to-day, so he's going to be missing for a while. Don't know how long. So you got injuries that you're dealing with again, but Dallas has the same thing. I mean, they're without Mikko, and they've won 10 straight, dating back to the pre-Olympic break.
I took a glance at the NBA standings this morning as I watched some of the games last night. OKC wins again. San Antonio wins again. Minnesota wins again. The Lakers are only a half game behind the Nuggets. Lakers and Nuggets tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Nuggets lose that game, they're suddenly in the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Holy moly, is this hitting hard and fast?
Well, they got to play better. You know what I mean? The only way to work your way out of this is to play better. And I know that you said you're expecting
either P-Watt or AG at some point this week. There's a report out there that AG is looking at coming back for that Knicks game on Friday. Now, whether or not they return this week, let's say they're both available.
Yeah.
There's no way they're playing this back-to-backs. They're not playing both games of the back-to-back.
Right.
Not happening. In fact,
do they split them?
In fact, in this stretch, there are a pair of back-to-backs.
Yeah.
That you're not going to play these guys. I would split them. I would do exactly what you just suggested.
P1 plays one game, AG the other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Be the easiest way to go about it.
According to this report, AG is going to be available, hopefully, Friday night for the Knicks game.
Which means, if we're crossing our fingers, Peyton Watson would play Thursday.
Yeah. But all this does is it lingers, right? The whole, they're not whole, so you can't judge them if they're not whole.
Yeah.
Like, when are we allowed to judge them?
I guess this weekend? I mean, I guess.
But they're not going to be whole. They're not going to have their entire roster.
I think you need to accept one thing, that regardless of who's in and out, there is a problem at the end of games of being able to close things out. And I don't know if that magically gets better just because a couple of guys are infused into the lineup. I guess, how do you judge them, or when is it fair? I think you can make a lot of judgments right now, but maybe 2-3 weeks from now, they get a few games under their belt, and then you see how the Nuggets play. But by that time, you're going to be through this tough stretch of the year and hopefully not too far into a hole that you can't climb your way out.
I just cannot get over how tight it's gotten. Okay, so Oklahoma City leads San Antonio by 3 games. The 1 and 2 seeds with 20 games to play are gone. Would we agree? They're gone.
Yeah, they're in their own stratosphere.
Yeah, you're not catching San Antonio for the 2 seed. She gone. How about Wemby last night saying he thinks they're the best team in the world?
Why wouldn't he?
Huh?
They keep winning.
Huh? So your goal now, if you can get it together, if you can somehow find your way in this 6 to 7 game stretch, yeah, because I forgot Philadelphia's that 7th game. That's not easy either. Although, did you see what San Antonio did to Philly last night in Philly? Blew them out of the water.
Yeah.
Okay? So you got a 7-game stretch, which is very challenging, and you're now a half game out of the 6th seed. Holy moly. Is this a critical juncture in the season?
Yeah.
I mean, after this 7-game stretch, we're going to be sitting here saying one of two things. All right, Nuggets are for real. Nuggets are everything we thought they were. The Nuggets are going to contend for a title.
Or
we're going to be saying, what happened to this season?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
And is there an in-between there on that commentary, or is there, am I off? Is there a, well, this happened and that happened? And
Here would be, I guess, the sort of in-between that you're talking about.
What's the in-between?
It's going to take, even if you get Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon back this week, it's going to take a second for them to get up to full speed. By that time, you're going to be through this tough stretch. And if you start to play well afterwards, there could be an in-between. Like if they get back to, what were they, 8-2 is a full starting 5 at the beginning of the season. If they go on that type of stretch towards the end of the regular season schedule, then maybe you'll find that in between. Yeah. But even then, it'll be hard to judge because you aren't playing the same type of opponents as you were during this stretch.
I'm going to go to Nuggets practice after the show today. They're having a practice today, and they need practices. And I'm going to ask David Adelman the question we brought up. Teams are going to continue to guard Nikola Jokic the way Utah did. Not every team. Some teams will.
Yeah.
Okay? What's your counter? He may not, he's going to tell us, right? He may have a plan, but what do you do about that? Because you can't expect Jamal to score 45 points every night.
Yeah.
What's your counter to what Utah did, to what Oklahoma City did, to what many teams? The Lakers are the first team to employ that tactic. They did it last year.
So I'm trying to think back. When teams are doing this, what does their lineup look like outside of the small that's guarding Jokic?
Well, you still have your same lineup out there, but you just don't. Like, if they play the Lakers tomorrow night, instead of guarding Joker with Ayton, they would put Marcus Smart on Joker.
And Ayton would be on who?
He'd roam. He could roam behind. It doesn't matter who he's on at that point. You're playing like you're the rover.
Well, it's got to – I guess my point is there's got to be somebody open. And are they just going to dare like Christian Brown to shoot a 3 or something like that? Is that what they're going to do?
That's what teams are doing.
Yeah.
They're playing the rover system against the Nuggets.
I think, look, you give Jokic enough looks at this because it's still relatively new. They've done it to him in the past, just not consistently. I think he'll find a way to diagnose and beat it. He's too good and he's too smart to not have some sort of counterpunch he's going to throw out there. Now, to how you do that, I don't know. I think part of it is.
But the counterpunch cannot be, hey, guys, can everybody look at, well, I'm getting fouled here. Because is anybody going to?
Exactly.
Because they're not called. Listen, I wish I could wave a wand and say, hey, call that foul, NBA. They're not going to call it. If I'm a smaller dude, I'm allowed to rub up on you. For some reason, they allow it.
Does he just get deeper? Does he get deeper and you try and get an entry pass in where he can just do that little quick flip?
Rather than catching the ball at the elbow, catch the ball at the block.
Yeah. Start him deeper in there so it can just be a quick catch, turn, float one up there.
Certainly an idea.
Before a rover can even get to someplace to double. You know what I mean?
Certainly an idea.
I think they'll figure that part of it out. Jokic isn't going to be held down by somebody who's 6'5" every single night. He'll have some sort of counter to it. Now, for the rest of the team is a different type of discussion. Like, I know that Cam Johnson was out in the last game. Vic, do you expect him back tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't know how bad the ankle is.
Can I ask?
I'll find out at practice today. I'll tell you. I'll go to practice today, and if he's practicing, that'll tell you.
I don't want this to sound like disrespectful. I don't mean it that way. Was any part of Cam Johnson not playing the other day mental as much as it was physical?
You want my humble opinion?
Yeah.
I thought most of it was mental.
Okay. Like I don't
take a day off.
I don't think it was his ankle was so bad that
take
he
a
couldn't.
Day off.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that.
Take a day off.
And sometimes you need it.
All right, let me ask you this: do you think Moser not working today, mental or physical?
Well, golf.
Take a day off. Take a day off.
He did a mental day. Yeah, he did.
After yesterday's cacophony that was this radio show, take a day off.
Here's a suggestion, by the way. Somebody says play Big Val at the same time and let him set the high pick to keep Jokic down low. I'm trying to think back. It felt like they were effective with both of those guys in the lineup early when they were trying to do that. Am I wrong? In the last game that the Nuggets played against Utah, when Cam Johnson was out, so they started Valanciunas with Jokic.
Yeah.
And Valanciunas, when they were on the floor at the same time, it felt like the Nuggets were doing good. And then they took him out, and things kind of fell apart.
Well, you can't leave them both in the entire game. I mean,
Valanciunas only played 17 minutes.
You can have rotations.
Like, out of all the guys, if you're looking at plus minus, he was a plus 10. Valanciunas was in 17 minutes. Nobody else was close. So maybe that's the counter. You just play two bigs on the floor and then try and do it that way.
I believe, and I have not seen the injury report today, and again, I'm going to practice, but I believe that one of two, either Peyton Watson or Aaron Gordon, should be available to play tomorrow night against the Lakers. At least one of them.
Yeah.
And if not, reconvene and do it the following night against the Knicks. It's just what could go wrong schedule-wise is going wrong. The worst possible time of year to have the toughest stretch is now.
Yep.
The worst possible time of year.
Could have been worse with 4 of the 5 guys out.
I get it.
Yeah.
But even then you could cope with it.
You
know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather go through that stretch in January than now.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, you're right.
And the worst possible time of year to have a stretch where you have these back-to-backs is now.
Yep.
Because you got 2 guys coming off soft tissue problems. So it's like a little bit of everything right now. All that could go wrong is happening.
Yeah.
You've got to pull your way out of it.
Denver golfers, it's time for the Colorado Golf Expo, and it's better than ever this Friday, March 6th through Sunday the 8th at the National Western Center. It's loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range.
You should go to this.
I am.
I went to this last year.
Oh, I got a secret on how to do this.
How to do what?
I don't want to tell the people though, because it's like you know of a trendy place that you don't want to get too popular. I know how to go about doing this.
How to go to an event?
I'll tell you. Maybe I'll share it on the air, but I'm going to tell you during the break. I got a system. Free parking as well. Text golf in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a 4-pack to the Colorado Golf Expo.
And Brett, by the way, did you see that line I put at the bottom here? It says when you text, you have to specify that you will be golfing barefoot in order to be qualified.
Of course.
If you wear shoes, you're not eligible.
So text in golf for your chance to win that 4-pack back after this. Solid win for the Avalanche yesterday. Parker Kelly with a couple of goals, but it's more than that. The team just looks like they have a different level of focus right now.
Got their swagger back. That's the kind of win that gets your swagger back.
Yeah, they I don't know if people were super concerned heading into the Olympics about how they were playing. Or it was like a monitoring the situation sort of feel. Whatever concerns you had heading into that should be pretty eased by now with how they're getting production from kind of each level of that team. Their top dogs are playing great. Their depth is playing great.
The power play scored.
Their power play is 3 of 14 now post-Olympic break, which is at 21%. And their goaltending's awesome. Like, they got kind of everything working. Here's Jared Bednar postgame.
You know, we have a great record, no question, and guys aren't satisfied, right? We have a bigger picture in mind, and we're prepping for the long haul here and what's to come in playoffs, which is going to be difficult opponents, especially in our division. So we're still fine-tuning and working on our game, and the guys are still focused on getting better as the year goes on.
Having a great team that's also hungry is huge. Landeskog, by the way, since his return, has played also exceptional level, at an exceptional level since then. He has now 4 points in the 5 games since returning from the break. Here's Nathan MacKinnon on his partner.
The St. Louis game New Year's Eve, then Carolina, we were playing really, really well. Then he got hurt the next night against Florida, so it seems like a long time ago now, but he was playing great before then. I feel like every week he's getting better and better, and it's a long time to be off. I think playoffs, he was amazing, but it's a lot of adrenaline. But he's getting his timing back. The shot looks really good. He's had a couple good one-tees last couple nights, so he's a pleasure to play with. He's always has been, for sure.
Can I say something about Gabe, Vic? Not that this is like fallen by the wayside and people have forgotten about it, but I remember early in the season, and tell me if you felt the same way. He's coming off the devastating injury. You had his appearance in the postseason, but it was just, a couple of games. This season starts, and it felt like it took about a month to a month and a half of Gabe, and I was watching, and I go, dude, he does not look the same at all. And ever since that point, he's felt like the same hockey player that we've come to know and remember. He's not just coming off an injury that stole 3 years of his career.
That almost stole his career. I mean, I don't think we give... I'm going to give you a case in point.
Well, can I just... Yeah. To finish this, it's not just that he has an injury that nobody's really come back from before, and it was devastating, and he missed 3 years. Vic, he's also 3 years older from the last time that he played. He's 33. That's a huge... Tell me this, Vic. Is a player different when they're 30 years old as opposed to 33?
They're different when they're 30 and 31 and then 32. They're different every year after.
Throw in that injury on top of it. He's playing exceptionally well considering all of that.
Name for me the last NHL player to skip 3 seasons of hockey and then return in their 30s.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Name for me the last NHL player to play at a high level, to be out 3 seasons and return in their 30s to a championship roster.
I'm just trying to Google people who took 3 years off from any sport.
This is why he is beyond reproach, in my opinion. This is why. There's another example of an athlete at the professional level who suffered the exact same injury. A fellow by the name of Lonzo Ball. And he did it at the same time. Lonzo Ball, try as he might, has attempted to come back from that injury. He can't.
Yeah. Can't do it.
Can't do it. The Nuggets had a chance to sign him in the buyout market, and they passed because he can't play anymore. He just can't do it. And I'm not saying Gabe tried harder.
And the report around it was physically he was incapable is what they were talking about. Like just the injury was too much.
Can't do it. The fact that Gabe is on the ice and playing at that level and impacting the game the way he is a win all by itself. I don't care how much money he makes. The money shouldn't matter because the money was already agreed upon beforehand.
Yeah.
The money was part of the deal.
I don't even think about the cash aspect of this because here's the bottom line. He's being productive. There's nothing, this isn't like, oh, he's playing well considering. It's like, no, he's playing well, period. And then the extra on top of that just makes it more impressive. Here's a list of people who took 3-year hiatuses in sports. Okay, you ready, Vic?
Yeah.
It was 2 or 3 years. Michael Jordan, before coming back to play for the Wizards, was one of them.
Now, and when he came back to play for the Wizards, he had one, I would say, very good year for the Wizards. After that, it was downhill in a hurry.
Gordie Howe came back after 2 years off and then continued to play for another 7 years.
Okay.
Mario Lemieux retired in 1997. He returned as player-owner for the Penguins in 2000. Boxing is, do you count boxing?
No.
Do you count swimming with Michael Phelps?
Team sports. 4 major team sports. Come on.
I don't know if you knew about this. Avery Johnson took 3 years off before returning for a long career.
Avery Johnson, the basketball player for the former point guard for the Spurs?
Yes.
He did?
That's what Google's telling me.
I don't remember that.
And then there's like Kim Clijsters had a kid, took a couple years off, returned to win the U.S. Open, stuff like that.
What about you? You took like 3 years off during your baby break, came back producing.
Not quite to the same level, I will say.
No, you're a little slower.
Yep, I am a little slower, a little bit more tired.
No, dude, listen, the guy makes a difference. There's a reason he held on to the captaincy when he wasn't playing.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
And nobody would even think about taking it. Nobody would.
Hey, I'm more impressed last night watching that game. And I love when this happens, when young players start finding that level of confidence where you didn't know. Like when you told me Parker Kelly back in November, I'm like, who? Yeah, nice player. Okay. Dude, Parker Kelly is a player.
He's
now.
a stud.
Dude, Parker Kelly. That shot he had last night to make it 3-1, which was a key goal, by the way.
Yeah.
Because Anaheim was lurking. Anaheim had cut it to 2-1. They had a couple shots on goal, and you're like, uh-oh, they're going to get the equalizer here. That was a pinpoint precision shot, dude.
He's a classic, just works his butt off kind of guy. And those are people that you need on a team like this that are down those third, fourth liners.
15 goals.
But it's from the effort that he puts in. Like, he's rewarded because he puts in the effort to do it. And he's just a solid, reliable player. But him having that shot, dropping down to a knee. Just for perspective, guys, Parker Kelly, in 60 games, already has almost doubled his best goal output. His career high before the season was 8. He's at 15. His career high in points was 19, which happened last year. He's at 25 now. He is incredibly important to your success now. Incredibly. And Nate MacKinnon was talking about him, or more about his contract. Listen.
Yeah, impressive. He's always talking about how bad his contract is he signed now. So, he's rattled about it, but, it's okay. He's a team guy.
He signed his contract in July of last year. It's a 4-year, $6.8 million contract. And the production he's putting up right now is more than 1 point whatever
How
it is
smart
per year.
are the Avs to get that done?
Yeah.
Someone there saw the potential, right?
Yep.
They saw it. You don't sign that deal without seeing the potential.
And they've had a few guys like that. They have been like, they've seen into the crystal ball, I guess, so to speak, on a couple of different guys.
Hey, man, the Avs, by going to L.A. and Anaheim and taking care of business, they've earned their day of golf today. And so has Mark Moser, who is not with us. He's no longer with us today.
You remember, by the way, when
Miss you, Pop?
Berto
Yeah.
went through a whole show telling everybody I'm dead?
Yes. It's a good bit.
It was a great bit. I love how dry pan it was. It's just like, Brett's now dead. I'm taking over.
And because he was just so deadpan with it, we actually got some textures saying, wait, huh? What? Huh? Are you serious? A couple people actually thought you were no longer with us. And one guy was even saying, you're talking about sports? Could we take a second to get an answer about what happened to Brett here?
No. Not important to the discussion.
All you need to know is he's no longer with us, I guess.
Hey, all right, so the Avs are off today as a team, enjoying themselves at one of the more exclusive resort courses.
Are they all going?
I don't know how many members of the team are playing, but the course is theirs if they want it. And I wanted to fly out and play badly. I'm so jealous right now. And I wondered why Kiefer made that trip, because Keith makes certain trips.
He's
me.
like you.
I know. He makes certain trips where you know.
What? Are the Nuggets playing the Heat in Miami? Oh, Vic's there. Weird.
I know. I'm raising my hand. I'm guilty.
You've earned it. You've earned the right to pick and choose.
I've been in this business a long time.
Yep.
I have every right to pick what trips I want to go on.
You have seniority, emphasis
100%.
on the senior part.
Yes. So as soon as I heard Kyle was on this trip, I'm like, all right, there's something going on.
Yeah.
And I know what it is. What a golf junket they're enjoying today.
Yep.
So good for them. Friday night, it's on in Dallas. We've got Coach Bednar at what time?
9 o'clock.
9 a.m. I wonder if he's playing.
We wouldn't be on the show if he is, right?
Oh, what do you mean? At 9 a.m. Denver time. That's 8 a.m.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Texter says this: Ted Williams missed almost 5 years while fighting in a war. Good point. Kind of whiffed on that one.
Very rational approach. Yogi Berra is in this. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Bob Feller. That entire era of baseball player. Yeah. They missed some time.
Dude, so you go hang up your fatigues and you're like, I'm ready to hit some curveballs again. Let's do this. Still at a high level.
I read this book on World War II and the Pacific Front, and a lot of these baseball players, football players who left, their jobs. They were professional athletes at the time to go to war. They would put together games while they're on these remote islands in the Pacific.
Oh, like on the bases?
Yeah, they would just, play tackle football or play baseball, and they would teach the locals how to play.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and there was one game that evolved into a major game. It was like a big deal football game on this remote Pacific island. And one side picked up these dudes that all played in the, they played for Army, Notre Dame, and all these guys, and another team picked up, and it turned into a huge game. I got to remember the name of the damn book. I have it. And it was like the biggest game of the year, and it wasn't a real game. It was during World War II.
Could you imagine how much, if everything just stopped and you had no, basketball season, no football season? Well, I guess we did have that with COVID.
We had that.
COVID was the thing.
We were watching ping pong.
You ever think about this? I almost want to go back and try and listen. What the hell did our show sound like during COVID? I don't have any recollection of it. I don't have any. Because that was what, Vic, 6 months?
Mm-hmm.
What did we do?
Mm-hmm.
How did we do a show?
I don't. COVID feels like so many years ago. I don't even remember. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's blacked out, a repressed memory.
In fact, let me give you a sense of how long ago COVID was. The very source of the Gabriel Landeskog injury occurred during a COVID game. It was a fanless COVID game that occurred. It was up in, was it Vancouver or Edmonton? I can't remember where they played those games, where he was cut on the knee.
What? Is that true?
Yes. That's what started this whole, that's where it started.
He still played.
Yeah, he still played on it, but it's what started it.
That's crazy.
Yes. That's how long ago.
I still think one of the funniest things about COVID, if there's funny things about COVID, is that the starting point of everything shutting down was Rudy Gobert. Isn't that bizarre?
Remember that stunt he pulled, touching all the microphones in Utah? No, for me, listen.
But the second that they canceled the OKC game because he had it, everything shut down after it.
It hit home for me because I was on the road with the Nuggets in Dallas, and the NBA got really mad at me because I interviewed Mark Cuban live on air during the Nuggets game. And I asked Mark Cuban, and the NBA was like, we don't want anyone talking about COVID. And he basically said, because the fans were leaving the game in droves.
Right.
And he said, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to shut this down.
Well, that's the famous video of him looking at his phone going,
yes,
mouth agape.
I'm the one who told him what was happening in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, the touching of the microphones thing, yeah.
There will be books written.
Oh, yeah. Of course there will.
There will be 30 for 30s done.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Broadcasting for the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right, Vic. So,
is a simulated ace the same as a real ace?
Oh, you want to get to that? Okay,
I just want to get that out of the way because I have some people tell me yes, and I'm like, no, it's not even close. Your little video games. I have a simulator. I've never hit an ace on the simulator, but if I did, I wouldn't jump up and down and go crazy because it's a computer.
Let me ask you a question. What's more legit? An ace on a simulator, or I was like 2 feet from a hole-in-one, but I had to re-tee?
That
you think that's more legit?
Yes, because it's real.
Okay, because you're playing the elements and the wind.
You're not reliant on the ones and twos and whatever goes into a computer, digital stuff.
Now, I will say this. The reason Vic is bringing this up is in the TGL yesterday, and this is what I think about TGL. I think it's a decent background TV thing to have on.
Yeah, it's like
every once in a while,
it's like
I
the
look
combine.
Up, somebody hits a shot. They got a few little cutesy holes where they got to hit a stinger underneath this cliff or something. I'm like, all right.
And these guys get to show their personalities.
That's
right?
the other big thing.
That's fun.
So I don't know the rules of this thing. I guess if Tiger's team that he's not playing in, but he's coaching because he's not healthy, if they were to lose yesterday, they were out of this tournament.
Team Jupiter Island or something like that.
So they have Tom Kim. And Nelly, if you want to throw the video up behind us, go ahead and let's hear the audio. They did what's called throwing the hammer, which makes this hole worth 2 points instead of 1.
Okay.
They need to win in order to continue to advance and not lose and be eliminated from this league. Tom Kim steps up, par 3, throws the hammer, need this to win, and this happens.
Almost hit the camera.
Right now, Dort.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be really good.
So he buries an ace. They win. They advance. And look at the reaction of all these guys. It's like they just won a major. It's crazy. And one of the things is, like, I do think they kind of care about this stuff. I think they're competitive.
Well, we would react the same way if we were there.
That's the thing. If you're if you need a hole-in-one to win, you get it. You react.
I'm not taking away from the feat. It's cool. I just don't think it's a real hole-in-one. I mean, if somebody asks you after the fact, hey, have you ever had a hole-in-one? The answer would still be no, because it's a game in a simulator. That's not real. That is a video game. You're playing a video game.
It would be cool. And I do think these guys are competitive.
Real.
But it's not real. It's not real. No.
Am I wrong?
No. It's not real.
Listen, I love simulators. I love them. I mean, I have one. But it's not real.
Yeah. It's like an old-time way to say this. Wife was flipping the channels and came upon the match of which you speak. Said how dumb it was. We watched it for an hour. It really is like, if you have it on, it is just sort of a creepy, like, you zone in for a little bit sort of thing. Not creepy. But it's like the Combine was the same way for me. Like, I had no real interest in watching the Combine, and then it's on, and I'm kind of like tuning in.
Before you came to our humble abode, before you invaded Denver.
It's a long time ago.
We did something, Kyle Keefe and myself. I had a show called Let's Talk Sports, and I wanted to prove how difficult it was to actually get a hole-in-one.
Oh, I remember this, and you guys just started ripping.
So we went out to Broken Tee.
Broken Tee, yeah.
Broken Tee.
Love Broken.
And we set up at a 147-yard par 3. Easy par 3, nothing in the way. Just you and the pin right there. And we said, how many shots would it take for us to ace this hole? Nothing tricky about it. Really wasn't. Very easy hole. 1,750 golf balls hit.
Good Lord.
And we never made a hole-in-one.
No way.
We were there all day. Moser came down and
Blisters?
tried. Blisters. I couldn't touch myself for a week.
Take that L on the way out.
At what point did you club up to like 2 clubs higher just to barely swing it?
Dude, I was double gloving it for a while.
That's brutal.
All
but not
day.
one, huh?
All day.
So how often before they clear the green to give you like the path?
Oh, we would do it like every 15 minutes. That poor green was just
wrecked.
I felt bad. We killed that green.
Yeah.
But we spent the entire day, dude, trying to hit an ace. And what's ironic about it is a couple years later, I hit my first ace ever at Bear Creek, number 3. And just total luck. It's just total luck.
Right.
That's all it is, luck. You got to have some skill to get it there. But we spent a day, 1,700 golf balls and we did not hit one. We came close.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, again, is it real? No. Like as texture says, if you crash on a flight simulator, is it a real crash?
I'm going to give you another story. God, it's funny. The older I get, the more stories I have. I used to do this show at Channel 4 called The Back Nine, where we would feature a golf hole. And one of the reasons I did it is because I just loved golf. I wanted to go play these courses.
Yeah.
So we went out to what used to be the old Colorado. It was the Vista Ridge Golf Course. Now it's Colorado National out in Erie. And they have a number 17. It's a par 4 over water. So you can cut the corner. You hit it about 290. You can cut the corner. We're playing with the pro. And he goes, I'm going to cut the corner. Give it a shot right now. He's showing us the hole, right? Normal people just go out to the left. He's going to go for it. Drives, hits it. I got my photographer there. We're like, I was headed right for the pin. I wonder if that went in. Photographer goes to the other side. He made a hole in one on a par 4.
God.
Golf Channel ran it. Golf Channel.
Really?
They accused us of making it up.
No.
The Golf Channel on the air, they had their little golf show. I forgot what the name of it was. They had the 3 riders and all that. They accused our TV station, our whole, of staging the hole in one. I was so angry. I wanted to sue Golf Channel.
Yeah.
An ace on a par 4, dude.
Yeah. And they're accusing that, like, you cut the camera, somebody put the ball in the hole and then turn it back
deals.
on. Yeah.
I couldn't touch myself for a week.
Yeah, that sounds like one we'll keep. Hey, something else you wanted to get to, Vic, is Jarrett Stidham. Why?
Well, I said this after the AFC title game. I said, if he plays really well, I wonder what happens next season. And how would you assess the way he played? You can't even evaluate it given the weather, right? It's almost like...
No, but hang on. Before that, they had a first half where it was, as Ben DiNucci said, perfect conditions was the words that he used.
Sure.
And you put up 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah, that nice little drive early.
All
But
right.
since,
Well, the MVP candidate put up 10 points as well.
he was pretty miserable
Yeah.
for consecutive weeks, like
Okay.
3 straight games.
So I don't know how you would assess or evaluate Jarrett Stidham's play. But I said going into that game, I wonder what this does for him and his value moving forward. Now there are whispers abound in the NFL that if given the right price, the Broncos would be willing to part with Jarrett Stidham, which means 2 things. Number 1, teams have to be interested, and they have to give you a draft pick that you can utilize. Number 2, they have full belief in Sam Ehlinger as the backup.
Yeah.
Would you be willing? Remember now, Jarrett Stidham is the highest paid Broncos quarterback currently by a lot.
Yeah.
What's the quarterback room? Tell me what the price is.
Excuse me. Jarrett Stidham is making $6 million a year. Bo is somewhere over, I think, around 4.
Okay.
And I don't know what Ehlinger is. Ehlinger's probably.
So do you want to mess? Here's the problem. Do you want to mess with the structure of the room? Sort of, that room, they're really close. They're really tight. The families are tight. Do you want to mess with that?
Here's my question.
I don't know.
But here's beyond that. Can I ask another question? What would be the appeal of Jarrett Stidham to somebody else in the league? The one time that he played, it wasn't exactly great. Why would he all of a sudden be in such demand? You know what I mean? If you have like a backup that came in and played awesome, that's one thing. He played a week and the results weren't, they weren't impressive. And I get it, the second half, you can throw that out the window, but even the first half, it was just okay.
Well, okay, I guess what I'm asking is what would it take for you to make that happen, to pull the trigger on a Jarrett Stidham deal? A draft pick, what would it take? It's not just about
5?
A 5th?
Yeah. Anything else doesn't feel worth it.
So you would, remember, the quarterback room is the quarterback room. They got a certain
but
rhythm.
guys come and go in every room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if the Broncos feel the same way.
I'm just looking at this from, a pure talent perspective. It's for $6 million as backup quarterback. is that good enough for what you want? And I just kind of have this long-standing feeling. If you're going to your backup quarterback, it's going to suck anyway.
But I think you're missing the biggest remark. And by the way, Diana Rossini is the one who's reporting this right now. Let me read what she has out there. As the quarterback market plays out, trade targets remain in play for several teams. I'm told teams have reached out to the Broncos about backup Jarrett Stidham, whose lone start of the season came in the AFC title game against the Patriots. So teams are reaching out to the Broncos. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're willing to part with a fifth, as you suggest. They're just reaching out. If the Broncos were to pull the trigger on this, I think it tells you more than what they think of Jarrett Stidham. It tells you what they think of Sam Ehlinger.
It could. I mean, Ehlinger's played a little bit in this league. I don't. People get really into the backup quarterback discussion.
I know, and if you if you have to go there, is it the season sort of?
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like a moot thing. Like,
I agree.
If you're talking about, what they really need is a backup to our guy, and it's like, well, if you're planning on your dude being hurt, then your team's going to suck anyway.
Yeah, but it depends on when your backup has to play. If your backup has to play a couple games mid-season, you could use a good backup. If your backup has to show up for the AFC title game, different story.
I've said this forever. The role of the backup quarterback to me is, if my starter goes down for 2 or 3 weeks, can you keep it afloat? Because that could be the difference between you making the postseason and not. Now, that wouldn't have mattered for the Broncos this last year, but if you're a team that's like a 10-win football team and you lose your starter for 3 weeks, it matters. And that would be the role of it. But do I think Stidham is good enough to be like, somebody gives you some sort of offer that's actually valuable and you're like, no, thank you. He's way too important to my... No, I don't think he's that at all. I don't think so. The best example of what you can get, or the best thing that you can get with a backup quarterback, is, like, ideally, Vic, Jarrett Stidham threw 4 touchdown passes in the AFC Championship game, and then you have real value being thrown your way of like, yeah, we got to have that guy in the roster. I just don't think he's that. I mean, he's bounced around a few other teams. He's been a backup that's been fine, but I don't see, like, the demand for somebody who played one game.
When I see a lot of these stories out there, you got to start questioning, what is the source of the story?
Yeah.
Who is going to benefit most? The Broncos?
The answer to this is Jarrett Stidham.
Stidham? Like, is it Stidham's people? Is it the Broncos people? Who is manufacturing the news? Who is getting it out there? So much of these questions need to be asked in these situations.
Think about where Jarrett Stidham's at in his career. Vic, he's 29 years old.
He's very well compensated for playing one game in 2 years, though.
He is, but he's 29 years old. He's going to turn 30 in August. If he has any opportunity to be a starter in this league, this is it. Like, it's not going to happen 2-3 years down the road.
And you know he wants to, because he's already shown that competitive fervor, right?
He said he thought he should have started Bo Nix's first year.
So so you tell me, what teams out there currently
don't have quarterbacks?
Would you suggest Jarrett Stidham could be a starter? What teams in Arizona? I mean, the minute I suggested his name, I said Arizona.
The Jets. The Jets don't. I mean, they have. I think Fields is under contract for one more year, but do they want to do that again? Probably not. Who else would I say is in pretty dire straits at quarterback? I mean, the Raiders, but they're going to have Mendoza. You would think.
Yeah. And you're going to play Mendoza, right? You're not playing these, hey, let's let him sit in mature games, are you? You're going to play him.
You draft him number 1. He's got to play. Does Cleveland add another one to the carousel?
I don't even consider Cleveland anymore.
Pittsburgh, depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers, if he's playing or not, I guess. But that's kind of it. In Miami, depending on what happens with Tua. Like, there's only a few teams out there. But I think the most likely scenario here is Jarrett Stidham's agent got in Rossini's ear like, hey, can we say there's some stuff going on?
If the source is the Broncos, if the Broncos are putting this out there, then the Broncos know that Sam Ehlinger's ready. If it's Stidham that's putting it out there and his people, he wants to play. And he's tired of sitting around.
I think so, yeah. Texter says Minnesota. I don't know if they just move on from J.J. McCarthy to give Jarrett Stidham the reins. I think if you're going to move on from J.J. McCarthy, you got to get like a veteran quarterback who's played well, right? It's got to be like a Kirk Cousins type that you would replace him with. The Saints, no. The Saints, they actually had Tyler Shuck played well at the end of the year.
Guys, if you're listening and you missed our interview with
Ben DiNucci?
Ben DiNucci, was it last Friday? When did we get Ben DiNucci?
Yeah, Friday.
Okay. Go back and listen. If you get a chance, go to the app, pull up the podcast for last Friday's show. He's in the final hour of the show. And listen to that interview because I thought it was very revealing on what he thinks of the quarterback room, the Broncos, and all that stuff, man.
He said, like, his role was to make sure he was calm. Jarrett Stidham said, you have to make sure I'm calm this week.
Just chill him out.
Yeah. It was really good, though. Go check that out on the podcast. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We have Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Yesterday was as close to winter in Colorado as we've gotten. I don't know if you noticed that, Brett, but we had precipitation in the metro Denver area. I consider that winter. And when winter is here, people want to fire up their fireplaces. I have just the place for you. Flatirons Fire and Design. They specialize in fireplaces. Gas, electric, modern, classic, you name it, they've got it. They've got the nicest showroom in town right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. Just go up there, check out the showroom. You'll answer every question you might have or watch it online. Flatironsfire.com. They've got it online. They've got it in person. Tell them Vic Lombardi sent you 10 to 15% off all fireplaces, product only right now. And if you're in the mood, get yourself a sauna. I got one. It's hot.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports in the world that we feel like you should be aware of. We can start here. Vic, I saw you sat down with Colorado's new AD yesterday.
Yeah, I was so impressed. He's only 37 years old. Fernando Lovo.
He's my age. Is he more mature than me?
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm not joking. I'm looking at him saying this guy is half my age, essentially. He's 20 years younger than I am, and he's so much more mature. Like, if you told me I had to be in charge of an athletic department, I mean, just turn it off. It's over.
I mean, you're younger than him. Could you imagine me running CU?
No chance. But I wondered, and I asked him this question. It's an interview we did for Altitude TV that'll come out soon. And he has all these innovative methods that he's going to employ. If you're a CU fan, here are things you need to know. Folsom Field, naming rights are coming soon. All right? You got to get with the times. Vent Center, naming rights are coming soon.
So wait,
Jersey patches are coming soon.
Would it be like not called Folsom Field? Would it be like
I don't know.
King Supers Field
I don't
at
know.
Folsom? Or
I don't know how they'll share it. I don't know. But you've got one of the cooler-looking stadiums in all of sports with the Flatirons behind you. You're underutilizing it. You're just using it for football games. They want to start putting more concerts in play. They want to start doing more things.
Yeah.
You have to make money to keep up with the Joneses. And I asked him point blank, dude, you got a team in Texas Tech that has all this oil money that they're throwing at their football program. How do you compete with that? This is one way to do it. You have to be more innovative.
Yeah.
You have to sell stuff. So for all the traditionalists out there, and I consider myself a traditionalist, be mindful. Things are going to change. You have to make money. You have to. Or you're going to get left behind.
Oh, by the way, do you remember when the Broncos played against the New York Giants in October of this past season? Huge comeback. They won 33-32. It was crazy, right? Do you remember what Sean Peyton said after that game?
Mm-hmm.
He said,
yeah, I do.
We were really hoping we were playing a different quarterback when we played against the Giants.
I remember that.
Insinuating we would have rather played Russell Wilson than Jackson Dart. And Russell Wilson was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast addressing that. Now, Taylor Lewan's going to read the tweet that he sent back, and then Russell talks.
Classless, ... but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media.
I don't say much. I never hardly ever say anything. I think there's a time and place. But sometimes you get fatigued of people talking about you. You just say, like you mentioned, we're all human. You know, but it's one thing for people that maybe aren't in the field or aren't, people say bots or whatever, talking. Like, I don't worry about that stuff. To me, when you've been in the ring or you've been on the same side of this and that, and I got the same amount of rings as you got, meaning Sean, listen, I got a lot of respect for him as a play caller, this and that. But to take a shot, I don't like. I don't think it's necessary, especially when I'm not even on your own team anymore. I've stayed quiet for so long. There's a time and place where I'm not. For me, I know who I am as a competitor, as a warrior, as a champion too. I've beaten Sean too. You know, like we've been on the same place and same thing. And so it's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
I kind of wish he talked like that when he was playing.
Show some fire.
Yeah.
Show some edge. 100%.
He's got every right to respond that way.
Why wouldn't you? A guy just called you out. Why wouldn't you call him back? Tit for tat. Listen, I'm the king of tit. I love tit for tat.
Tit for tat, hoot for toot, root
You're
for
damn
doot.
right. Give it to me. By the way, and I say this with all due respect, is he still playing football?
Not right now.
Okay.
He's not signed anywhere right now.
But does he intend to play football?
I think he does. I think his time's done. Okay. And I'll tell you where it ended. Vic, when Jackson Dart had his brain scrambled and he's in the blue tent getting evaluated for a concussion, and Brian Dable opened the tent and said, get him back out on the field, I'm not playing Russell Wilson, that kind of lets you know it was done. And remember, he did for a week, I don't know if it was their bye week or what, he jumped on one of those pregame shows. I think it was ESPN's. I think he'd make a good, studio guy. He can talk.
Sure. And he's not going to offend.
Right.
I mean, if Matt Ryan could be in a studio, so could Russell
exactly
Wilson.
Right.
By the way, our boy Brandon Evans just sent me this. I just mentioned how CU, get ready for jersey sponsors and all that stuff.
Yeah.
His Arkansas team has made a deal with Tyson Foods. They got a logo on all 19 Arkansas team jerseys. 90% of the money will go directly to Arkansas athletes through NIL details. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
It's going to be like a NASCAR race up in Boulder real soon.
Didn't Ricky Bobby have Fig Newtons
Yes.
on the windshield of his car? It doesn't help me drive, but I do love Fig Newtons.
When you don't have an oil well to pay for your skill positions, how else are you going to do it?
Yeah, it's a good point. Oh, by the way, so I don't know if you're into this, Vic. I am. I will be watching. The World Baseball Classic is coming up, and they got, Team Puerto Rico and a whole bunch of teams are playing MLB teams now.
That's in Tokyo this year, right?
I
think
it's Tokyo. I honestly don't know. Do they have like different brackets where teams play?
Unsure.
Is it like the NCAA tournament? I don't know. I know it's in Tokyo for sure, though. But I'm going to be watching this. Aaron Judge is part of this U.S. team. The U.S. team actually looks pretty good. There's a whole bunch of good players on there. But Aaron Judge is like the captain, and he's making a captain speech. Tell me if you're psyched up for this. Now, turn the music kind of all the way down because it's tough to hear. Here's what he said.
Sacrifice for your family at home. You're sacrificing for your country. And you're sacrificing for the brothers in the trenches with you every single day. And that's one thing I want us to do, fellas. We're down. We're beat up a little bit, man. Bleed into each other, man. We're going to lay it out on the line. If we do that, we're bringing the goal home, man. I'm telling you.
Are you pumped up?
Well, that got me going.
You got to be aware enough. If you're not one of those guys, you can't take that.
Let me run through that wall.
You can't take that. So yeah, it's Tokyo, Puerto Rico, Miami, and Houston is where this thing's being held.
Okay.
So it is sort of NCAA tournament brackety. But if you know you're not the rah-rah guy, don't try and take the mantle of the rah-rah guy. Can't do it. Find somebody else.
Who's the favorite?
You can look it up real quick.
If you don't know off the top of your head,
the U.S. they got a good shot. Like I said, they have a really good team they put together.
The U.S., Japan, and Cuba?
DR might be up there too. Let's see if I can find odds on the fly here.
What about Norway? They fielded a hell of a Winter Olympic squad. If you tell me Norway's up there, then I'm just...
Yeah, U.S. is the favorite. They're minus 110. Then it's Japan, then Dominican, and then far after that is Venezuela.
Okay. That guy who was sprinting uphill on skis with that Jürgen Kloben guy, you think he can steal bases? Because then I want that guy on Norway's team.
Yeah, no
Let's
kidding.
Go.
But that is coming up shortly. Now,
by the way, that was one of the worst hype-up speeches I've ever heard.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go out. We'll just try and win. There's another pitcher that was purchased by the Dodgers this offseason. I don't know if you remember. It was Roki Sasaki. He was a Japanese pitcher, very, very hyped. He is not having a good spring training, and they're panicking right now.
Oh, no, panic with the Dodgers. He
was pulled off the mound yesterday in spring training in the first inning. He gave up, Vic, a grand slam, didn't record an out, logged only 8 strikes, and walked 3 batters.
He's finding himself.
I always get weirded out when you pay high price for somebody that hasn't been in your system and comes from somewhere else and they struggle. I would start to panic a little bit. I'm like, what do we buy? Now, for them, it's not like it hurts them. They have all the cash in the world. But still, high price. Nelly, you said you got one. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, I know you're both men of culture and you have seen Ace Ventura, both of them.
Yep.
What? I've not seen both.
You haven't seen Ace Ventura, Pet Detective?
I saw the first one. I didn't know there was a second.
You didn't see When Nature Calls?
No.
When he has to go find the bat?
Dude, I'm playing
and he's with the African tribe? Vic, you got to watch it.
I'm not watching cartoons.
Well, then, Brett, you'll have to provide some
You
context
don't know
for Vic, though.
White Devil?
Go on.
The scene, probably the most iconic scene from that movie where he is in that fake rhino and he is birthed from it. You can now buy that prop rhino that Jim Carrey was birthed out of at an auction here. So the auction will officially go live on Wednesday, March 25th, but through a website here, you can actually place bids in advance. So currently,
what the hell are you guys talking about?
It's a $4,000 bid if you want to own this rhino here.
Yep.
And
$4,000, that's it? I thought it'd be more than that.
Well, if you look, it's valued between $4,000 and $8,000. So my question to you is, how much would you pay to own?
Scroll back up.
The rhino that produced
for Vic, who's never seen this movie. Yeah, go back. Go back to the other screen. Scroll to the very top. For Vic, who's never seen this movie, let me read what they're auctioning off. All the way at the top. All the way up. All the way up.
What the hell is this, man?
Planet Hollywood Collection Ace Ventura's oversized mechanical butt birth rhino is what is being sold right now. And the fact that you haven't seen the movie makes this so much better.
Like, who would buy this?
It's 10 feet. Like, where are you going to put this? Feels like a Nick Cage purchase. Like Nicolas Cage has dinosaur eggs and stuff.
Is it a Halloween costume?
No, it's a 10-foot mechanical rhino.
Knock yourself out.
I can't believe you haven't seen that movie. I thought everybody's seen it. Anyway, when we come back, Jared Bednar will join us from California.
Are you guys trying to guilt me into not seeing? What is it again?
Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls.
Is this like a common? When was it out?
It was a very popular comedy movie in the 90s.
1995.
I was working.
It was Ace. Was Ace Ventura funny?
The first one was okay. Yeah, they had Dan Marino in it. Is that the one with Dan Marino?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they have to find Snowflake the dolphin.
Okay.
The second one. Yeah, there's a second one. That's where that's from. That sound.
What the hell's going on, man? This is why we're so behind the times here. This is why we don't have.
This was in the golden age of comedy. It was
This
like
is
Dumb
why
and
we don't
Dumber
have good things. People like you are just spending your time watching these movies. Go to work.
Jared Bednar joins us next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Wednesday by the head coach of the Avalanche, Jarrett Bednar. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Oh, doing good. Yeah, doing good.
Are you going to be
waking up in sunny California here after a big win, so it's nice.
It was a great win yesterday. I'm just wondering, are you celebrating on the golf course like Moser is today?
No. I'm going to do some work and relax for a little bit and probably go for a nice dinner.
Is it a day off?
I didn't plan ahead enough, and plus then it's a long day if you're doing that, and I'd rather get a little bit of rest.
I was going to ask you, how would it look if you jump on the team charter and Kyle and Moser brought along their sticks? That wouldn't work, would it?
You know what? It's like everyone kind of knows what it is.
Uh-huh.
So I know they don't like to do it, but I think it's fine. Like, we don't sweat that stuff, like, we're coming here, we got business to take care of. An awesome day off at a cool place, and everyone knows that everyone's going to golf this afternoon. There are a lot of guys who are going to golf this afternoon. So we've had trips where we bring when we brought the clubs before. It's planned, it's purposeful, and yeah. But this trip, I didn't see anyone put clubs on. I could be wrong. Like, the equipment guys usually take care of them, so the players, if they were bringing clubs to play today, they would have gone under the plane. So it would have been funny, though, if it was just Moj and Kiefer walking on.
Well, you earned a day of golf for all the players playing today after the last two games. Let's start with last night. I mean, you get off to that start, it's pretty good. But when they cut it to 2-1, got a little nerve-wracking. They had some shots at it. That goal by Parker Kelly, when did he turn into a sniper, Coach?
This year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's scored some nice goals this year. He's like some highlight reel goals.
Mm-hmm.
He's busted through some guys to get some breakaways. He's walked into some areas with just great poise, and he's playing with a ton of swagger and a ton of confidence. And almost all year, and I think it's earned from the details of the game, the checking part of the game, the physicality of the game, and now he seems to be, bursting with confidence. He finds some time, and he's taken advantage of the time and space that he's been given. He's made some really good reads on the goals he scored this year.
Another guy that's kind of in that category. I mean, I know there's high expectations for Martin Necas, but for him to have the season that he has been having, he was awesome in the Olympics. He's continued that since. What do you think's made him more comfortable this year?
Yeah, well, I can't answer that for sure, but since the Olympics, he's been incredible. Like, he another guy with the confidence for sure. Like, I don't know if it was getting on the world stage and having the success he had at the Olympics, kind of carrying over what he was doing here. He does it against, the best players in the world on a big stage. And then he comes back, and it's almost like everything's just kind of clicked for him a little bit, right? Like, it's the offensive part of the game looks the same, looks better even, like less, better decisions, maybe a little bit better execution with the puck. But what's really impressed me is after playing in the Olympics where every game is do or die, now when he's back here, he's jumping back on defense. He's stripping guys of pucks. He's breaking up plays, like offensive zone, neutral zone, back in our zone to get going the other way. It's not a one-dimensional game. Not that it was before, but it's not just offense, right? You can see the importance he's putting onto the defensive side of the game. So now they have the puck more, and he's looked incredible since he's been back, and that's definitely confidence and a little bit of swagger again, like I said, with Parker Kelly.
Were you a little worried last night when Wedgie took that hit, man? It looked bad for a second there. You got back up and finished the game. What's going through your head when that happened?
Yeah, originally I didn't see how he got clipped, but then as soon as I looked down at the monitor, I was a little bit worried because he extends his right arm to, play the high puck coming at his blocker, and Kreider came right through him, and so like sometimes that can, like, I don't love the way like you extend out like that. Someone comes through you, that's a shoulder injury waiting to happen, which for a goalie at this point would end your season, So I didn't love when I saw that, and then when I saw him bounce back up and kind of looked at Matty out on the ice, it looked like he was going to be fine, which is good. We catch a break on that one because Kreider's coming through. I think it was Kreider through the top of the blue paint, and like Wedgie had to extend out to go get it. I don't think it was purposeful. I think it was almost unavoidable at that point with Wedge coming out and him already coming through there. So yeah, we're pretty lucky on that one.
Hey, before we go on, and I forgot, it was your birthday last week. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Coach.
Yeah. What did you get? What did you do?
I got some fly fishing gear.
Sweet.
Yeah, and I didn't do. We went out for dinner. We went to North Italia for dinner the night before, and then we had a game, so we went and got a win.
There you go. That's the best gift. Going back to the goaltending, here's what's crazy, Coach. You have two goalies that you have ultimate trust in. They're both top 5 in both goals against. They're top 5 in save percentage. And it feels like it doesn't matter which guy's on the ice. It's the same level of confidence in the group. Is that true?
I think that is true. Yeah, I think that, and those goalies have earned that. Like to me, after the break, like Blackie's gone in. He's played. Like he hasn't played a ton of hockey this year, but when he has, he's played some really good games. He's come back after the break in good condition and focused, and like everyone's starting to do just. I mean, it's been a focus group all year, but now we're down to the nitty gritty, right? So you're doing everything you can to be as good as you can, and that's individualized. I think at this point we're not going to hit the ice a lot in practices. The schedule is crazy, and the team sees the focus. And then when you go out and you start a game well and you make a couple big saves, the team starts playing with a bunch of confidence, and. And last night we didn't have a great start. It was we gave up the first 5 scoring chances of the game in the first 8 minutes, and then we got the next 5 scoring chances of the game over the last 13 minutes of the first period. And we felt really good about the way we finished that period and wanted to continue with it the rest of the game, and we did that and got even better as the game went on. But I think when Blackie gets out, or when Wedge gets out there and makes those saves at the start of the first and a couple big ones and kills 2 power plays, then the team gets a bunch of confidence that we can get up and go, and that's what happened.
Hey, I know there's a lot of season left and leads can be had, but you currently have a good advantage. You have a game in hand on Dallas. Dallas doesn't lose anymore, apparently. They've won 10 straight. You got Dallas Friday night. You got Minnesota Sunday. 2-game stretch that is so important. Does the sensory go up on your players? Do they know how vital these specific games are? Do you just treat them like every other game?
No, it's definitely heightened awareness and going into these games, because like we dodge a bullet last week. We lose to Minnesota, and listen, you can't always control the result. I like the game, like from a competitive standpoint, work ethic, what we generated, but we gave up too much, like we were still a little sloppy coming out of the break. Now we were playing the back-to-back and they were fresh, right? So they beat us that night, and then they happen to go lose 2 in a row and we go win 2 in a row. So we're right back to where we were, like there's lots of hockey to be played. But like, you're looking at, say, Friday's game. I haven't checked the standings, but I think we're like 6 up on Dallas, with a game in hand. Hey, like that can be 8 with a game in hand after Friday, that's a lot of points to try and make up regardless of how hot you are,
Yep.
But it also could be 4. So, and that's not a lot to make up. So it's an important game, and you never know what's going to happen the rest of the way, and you got to try and take care of your business. But especially for us in our division with those 2 teams, these are huge games. We got to treat Friday like a playoff game. That's why we're trying to relax and clear the heads today. We'll start focusing up tomorrow, and we'll get ready on Friday. To me, that's a big one. It's a playoff game. We'll treat it that way, and it's not necessarily do or die, win or go home, but it's a big game, and I want to see our guys treated that way. And
I love it.
You know what it is? It's really good practice for playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Good point.
Head coach of the Avalanche, Jarrett Bednar, with us. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. I want to ask you about Gabe Landeskog, because when he exited the lineup with that injury against Florida, it felt like there was a little bit of a rut there in the season, and there could be multiple factors to it, but he comes back, and your record with him this year is stellar. It's one thing to be super impressed with him coming back from the injury. It's another thing, Coach, just to think about he was 30 when he last played, and now he's 33. What can you speak to his level of play right now?
It's high, yeah. He makes such a difference. We saw it even over the last couple of years. I don't take this as a knock to the rest of our team and all the guys in the rest of our team, but he is a difference maker in every way when he's playing good hockey. It's on the ice, it's in the room, it's gathering the guys together to keep them focused. It's his play offensively, it's his play defensively, it's what he says and when he says it. It's all of the above, right? And then he comes back in and he builds his game up. He misses 3 years, he builds his game up, and he's just playing some great hockey and then gets hurt. And then we got a couple other injuries on top of that, including Taze, which now you're missing some guys, and we stumble. We go 500 for a month. It's not exclusive to us. Other teams have done the same thing. Other top teams have done the same thing, but it sucks because just how much you put into building that record, and then it starts slipping away by win 1, lose 1, win 2, lose 2 kind of stuff. But I was excited that he was able to get back for the playoffs because he's going to have to get his game back in order in a short period of time there and get playing some intense hockey against the best players in the world. He does that, and now he comes back after the break, and he looks great. That last night was an outstanding game defensively. He scored again. He's just an impactful player. Helps us spread out the depth in our lineup. Now we've got some injuries, but our lines are still clicking along here for the last couple games, and he's a difference maker. But I don't know what else to say, and we need him in the lineup, and our record kind of proves that.
It's about all you have to say. Let's get to that injury list. Any clarity on what happened to Lekkinen in that last game in L.A.?
Yeah, so he just kind of took a weird hit. The timing of it, the way he was standing or opening up, and he's got an upper body injury. So, and it's going to be week to week. It's one of those ones, again, where you just kind of see how it progresses, how you're feeling, but he's going to miss some time. I don't know if that's 2 weeks or 3 weeks or, I just don't know for certain.
But it's not rubbing up against the playoffs kind of time.
No, I don't think so. No, no. So we just got to see how he progresses and how he feels. But it's not like he's jumping on the ice tomorrow to get ready for Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. You know what I mean? So we'll see how much time he misses, what he's able to do, and it's just kind of a hard one to predict at this point.
And then on top of that, I know I ask you every week, but any update on Logan O'Connor?
he is doing great and getting closer and closer to a return too. But that's another one where he's going through like 4-step process that he keeps advancing on. And the next step, I think, is to join the team in like pregame skates and, just get moving more reactionary stuff instead of so controlled. But he is making a lot of progress and feeling good. He's on the trip to skate this time, partly because we have, Kivi Ranta is skating and looking better too. And so they're on the ice on these off days, but we have this like day in a nice resort that we're spending some time at. It's good to get him back around the guys, but he would be at home working if he wasn't getting closer to play. So that's a positive sign for me.
That's good to hear. Trade deadline here later this week, or what's it
days.
like? Yeah,
2 days from
what's
now.
it like hanging around? I mean, there are players that are always going to be worried, right? I mean, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with players who are walking around on eggshells?
Well, I mean, I'm sensitive to it, but you can't worry about things that you don't control, right? And the best thing you can do is go and play well and continue to play well. And our guys focused in real well. The deadline will be over the next time we play, so that's a good thing. We don't have to try and play a couple games here right down to the wire. I'm sure there's some nervous energy around the room for guys. There's some excitement, for other guys in hopes that we can, make an ad that helps our team. And, in this business, you got to focus in on what you're doing every day, and you got to, worry about the things you can control. Otherwise, you're just not going to be at your best. And everything else is just kind of noise. So these guys are pros, and they did a good job of it here on this trip. And now they get a couple days to relax, and it'll all be over before we play Dallas.
Last thing for you, Coach, and always appreciate the time. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the one game that you guys lost to Minnesota, there was an alternate broadcast during that game that featured Kyle Keefe and Mark Rycroft being cartoons. Did you know this?
I did. Yeah, I heard about it after. Actually, I heard about it when they went to go and do it. I think they had to go to New York or something.
Like 8 times.
Yeah.
Luxury dinners in New York City, probably. These guys, I know their act.
I know their act too.
Well, I want you to hear, this was one of like the 3 penalties that was taken back-to-back in that game by you guys. And this is how Rycroft explains to 7-year-olds what a penalty is. Go ahead.
And we have a trip. Here we go. Oh, I think it's going to be on Marco Sturm of the Minnesota Wild when you trip. That means you put your stick down in your opponent's feet, trip them up, and you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Should you describe to your players, don't go to your bedroom for being bad, as they're not taking penalties?
Yeah, I'll have to bring that up in the locker room since we've been taking too many penalties here recently.
Quit being bad.
That's right. Coach, enjoy the day off. Good win yesterday. We'll talk to you next week.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Right. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
So he sounds like he doesn't care if Moser and Kyle, who knew they were playing golf on this trip at this beautiful resort today, sounds like he doesn't care if they showed up with their sticks on the plane. I would never bring my sticks on the Nuggets charter because it's just...
So you would just rent?
Either that or get them shipped. It's just not a good look.
Right.
That's me.
That you're going on a business trip.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you're one of the end pieces of this business
they're there
trip.
To work, and I'm there to play now.
And you're there for leisure, yeah.
But I wanted to ask Coach this, and tell me if I'm off base. So Kyle and Moser are both playing today. Who knows if they're in the same group? This tells you all you need to know about Kyle and Moser. Kyle he does. He thinks he's a 6 handicap when he's actually a 2. Moser.
Oh, he plays the opposite.
Moser thinks he's a 6 handicap when he's actually a 12. So they're the opposite personalities in golf. Kyle's a cheater, and Moser thinks he's better than he really is.
So It's interesting. When you said Kyle thinks he's a 6, I thought you were going to say he's worse than that. I was like, I've seen Kyle play. Kyle's really good.
No, he's like very good, but he always, oh yeah, I'm a 6. Yeah, no, you're not.
So he can get some pops on you if he needs to. Yeah.
That's how they play. I know both of them.
But Moser also does
Golf
this.
reveals character.
Moser will play well and not record his score. He'll do that too.
And he'll take 3 shots, 3 moments.
Yes.
And consider it, yeah, I parred. No, you didn't.
Moj came in here one day. He goes, I shot a 74 yesterday. I didn't log it. And I was like, you can't do that. He's a cheater. He's a cheat.
Well, so is Kyle.
And Kyle's is worse. Kyle is cheating.
Because money's at stake.
Yes, of course. 303-504-0925. We'll have that podcast up shortly. Stick around.
So what was my favorite Jared Bednar response after that 20-minute interview during the Jared Bednar show? What do you think gave me the greatest joy?
That they're treating the Dallas game like a playoff game.
You know me better than I know myself.
Yeah.
I love that answer. I love
You
it.
have to. You
No
know who
walking
your
away
competition
yeah.
is.
Yeah, no walking away from that. No, yeah, it's just another game. No, it's not. This is a very special game. It's an important game for both teams.
Yep.
And they know it. Why hide from that?
Look, I think we can all kind of predict the future here. The West is going to be decided by who leaves between the Avs and the Stars, right? Those are the teams.
Or the Wild.
I think it's Avs and Stars.
Okay.
Wild, good team. Very good. I just think there's tiers of contenders here where the Avs are at the top with Dallas, and then there's kind of everybody else. You have to treat this like a playoff game because it's also a factor of Vic. They've had your number. You play them in the postseason. Dallas has won.
Oh.
Get yourself some confidence. What happened?
Brandon on the text line has a great idea. Why didn't I think of this? We need to call Pelican Hills and cancel Kyle and Moser's tee times.
Is this the kind of golf course that you mess around with, though?
I don't care.
They didn't wrong us.
Yeah, they did. They're playing golf today, and I'm not. That is wronging us.
We canceled Keefe's tee time because he did me dirty. That's why we did it. And you yelled at Moser yesterday.
So you think doing nothing is the way to go here?
I think in this case, Moser's a sleeping dog, and we let him lie.
Yeah, you're right. I yelled at him yesterday. I shouldn't have yelled at him. But Keefe's fair game. He lies on his handicap.
That's true. But if you cancel his, you cancel Moser's. And we can't do that. Yeah.
Fine.
It would be funny. I agree. How fast does that get snatched up, by the way? Like, do they have people on a waiting list?
No idea.
Probably.
Somebody on the text line also brought this up, and I was not aware of this. Did you know that the owners of the Denver Broncos are also 10% owners of a Major League Baseball team?
Ooh.
You didn't know that, did you?
No.
They're 10% owners of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They bought their shares 2 years ago.
Okay, so let me ask a question here. Are you allowed as an owner, if you've invested money in another team, can you buy another team? Like, how about this? Let's just say the Padres were up for sale. So the Walton Penner Group has 10% in on the Diamondbacks. Can they cash out their 10% and then go buy the Padres?
I don't know, but in this case, it's Rob Walton. It's not necessarily the ownership group. It's Rob Walton who has a 10% piece of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah. I did not know that. Was not aware. I've always told you, Vic, if I won, like, the lottery and I just, Brett Kane has $1 billion right there on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think I'm getting my grubby little hands on some small percentage of a professional sports franchise? You're out of your mind. It's the first thing I'm doing. And I'm going to walk around that place as if I'm the 99% owner.
Well, I just wonder, is that just sort of an upfront, here's 10%, eventually we're aiming to buy the whole thing, the whole enchilada?
No, there's minority owners everywhere. I mean, A-Rod's a minority owner in the T-Wolves, isn't he?
Yeah, but I wonder how much of his money is that money.
Yeah. Could be. Gosh, is there any sport you'd rather want the Walton Penner Group to own your team than baseball? You could be the Dodgers overnight. You could just money. Thrown it out. Like in Dumb and Dumber, to reference 90s movies.
Well,
they're standing outside the hotel doing those, here you go. One of those moves.
I would say it's not the time to buy into baseball right now, knowing that a work stoppage is right around the corner.
Yeah.
Let that figure itself out first.
If you're an owner with deep pockets who just your main goal is set on, I just want a World Series,
mm-hmm.
God, baseball's the place to go.
Can owners trade teams that they own? I don't see why not. I think that's actually happened before.
What do you mean?
If a team owns if an owner owns an NHL team and another owner owns an MLB team, and they just swap.
So what, the Diamondbacks for the Mammoth or something? Like what?
I mean, I
don't think you can do that.
Why not? I could sell you my car. We could swap cars. You want to go outside and swap cars today? Why not? Why not? You have to get the approval of the rest of the league.
In today's blockbuster trade, the Milwaukee Bucks have been traded for the LA Dodgers.
Why
It's
not?
like, what?
You're trading an asset.
But is there any sport to where the things would be equal?
Again, there's a lot of math involved there.
Yeah, a lot. That is crazy, though. I had no idea.
Me neither. So somebody, thank you to one of our texters who pointed that out, and I did some exhaustive research. I went to Google.
Did you?
It's so funny. I laugh so much when people say, I put a lot of research into this. You mean you typed something into, or you asked your phone? That's all research is anymore. What is research anymore?
Yeah.
You asked your phone.
You know what I hated? This is the biggest lie that's ever been told to me, Vic. When I was in school.
You don't know about going to the library and actually going through microfiche.
We had to. I don't know. Not.
You don't
not
know
microfiche.
You don't know what that is.
But we went to the library and we had to check out books and stuff like that. But here's what happened with me, Nelly. I'm sure you remember this well too. Whenever you took a math class, you had to show your work because if you didn't, they would just think you did it on a calculator. What they said was, you aren't going to have a calculator every day of your life. Wrong. It's in my pocket every day. Every day.
Single day.
I don't need to know show you my work on 2x parentheses y minus.
What was
T.
your question? Have owners ever swapped teams?
You asked the question.
Okay, Here we go. Let me ask the question. Because it's a legit question. Hey, Grok, have owners of professional sports teams ever swapped franchises?
Yeah, it's happened. A few times. The most famous one, back in 1976, the NBA's Buffalo Braves got traded straight up for the Boston Celtics.
What?
Owner John Y. Brown Jr. basically swapped teams with the Celtics owner, Irv Levin, like trading Pokemon cards, but with million-dollar franchises. Another wild one. In the NFL, the Cleveland Rams moved to LA in 1946, but the real swap was in 1982 when the Baltimore Colts got traded to Indianapolis. Owner Bob Irsay snuck the team out in the middle of the night. No actual trade paperwork, but it felt like a heist.
All right, shut up. See, our jobs are going to.
Hold on.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Hold on a second.
This is scary stuff.
Stop.
I want this to
Vic,
stop.
Stop. You stop for a second.
Everybody stop.
Vic, please do me a favor. When I'm around you and in your presence, and I know you like to talk to the AI bots all the time, be kind to them when I'm around. Do not tell them to shut up. Do not be rude to them. Do not do it. I'm the guy that, like, if this ever happens, I want AI to remember how polite I was.
Oh, I'll be dead. I mean,
Vic, I'm not even kidding. I'm so anti-AI stuff, especially on the creative part, that it's going to make us all dumber, and I'm worried about that, but I'm solely worried with the creative issue.
I just learned about this grok that comes with your X. I just learned about this last week.
But hang on. Let me tell you something.
I didn't know this existed, and this is scaring the living crap out of me.
So me and my wife, our new favorite place to go to if we ever get a night off from the kids is a place called Officers Club in Lowry. It's awesome. They have like a piano player in there. It's a little bit fancier, but not too fancy. They have a drink there that I love. It's called the 38 Special. And all I know that's in it is whiskey and Amaro Averno and vermouth and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I don't know what the proper percentage of pours is to make this drink. So I, for the first time, went to ChatGPT.
So what is the difference between ChatGPT and this grok?
I think they're the same, just different vehicles.
But it's the same stuff, though,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
So I just said, what cocktails can I make with these ingredients? And Vic, it nailed it. And you know what I said to my ChatGPT person?
What'd you say?
Thank you so much.
See, you butter it up.
I'm like, when I asked for something, you gave me an answer. Thank you so much for taking the time to help my poor little human brain.
Well, you're going about it all wrong. This is scary. Jobs are being taken. Our jobs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Why would you even listen to this show? If this person just told you. You asked a question. Have franchises ever been swapped? Or maybe I asked it.
You asked the question.
Not only did she answer it, but she added a joke.
Yeah, she did.
So what purpose do we serve?
Hang on. Would you dare, just with a minute left here, would you ask it, do you think you could do my job better than me?
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
How do I refer to her? Do I call it Grok or do I call it?
Yeah, just say, hey, Grok, I'm a radio host.
All right,
do you think you could do it? Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on. Hey, Grok, as you well know, I'm a radio host here in Denver. Do you think that you can do my job better than I can?
Oh, come on. Me? Steal your mic? Nah. I mean, sure, I could read the weather in perfect monotone and never flub a name, but you've got the real stuff. The laugh that cuts through static, the way you lean into a caller like you're actually there with them. I'd just sound like a robot trying to sound human. Honestly, I bomb on air. You're the voice Denver wakes up to. I'd just be the annoying AI sidekick nobody asked for. So no, your job's safe. Unless you want me to do traffic, I could totally nail I-25's a parking lot again.
What?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
What is going on?
Dude, hang on.
Is there somebody here?
This AI bot literally just touched my heart. What a sincere and genuine response that was.
I want to marry her.
My wife does not talk to me in that way.
Could you have her toss to break? Can she do that?
Oh, yeah, have her do that. Say we have a segment called Fact Checker coming up next. Can you throw it to break?
Hey, Grok, can you toss to this commercial break right now as if you were a radio DJ and that just say that we have Fact Checker coming right up?
Hey, folks, we're taking a quick commercial break. Stick around because our fact checker's coming right up after this.
Some time ago, I'm in the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm on the one here on Colorado Boulevard, or just off Colorado Boulevard. And I'm getting my stuff taken care of because I have low testosterone, and I, of course, give myself the injections. It works out really, really good, and it really, really helps me. But then I said, hey, what's going on with the GH peptides and the NAD plus and the GLP-1 and PDAs? What's all that stuff about? Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic guys, they've got 4 targeted body composition plans. And I sat down and went through all my options. All right, what do I need? What don't I need? All that kind of thing. And all these are designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, accelerate fat loss, all that stuff. And that's in conjunction with my treatment for low testosterone. Maybe you've got some ED going on. You want to get that taken care of. Well, they have all these programs that work with each other, and they are absolutely awesome. Low testosterone, of course, causes a host of problems like bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. All that has gone away. Here I am, 6 a.m. in L.A., feeling great doing the show, and you're going to feel the same way, too. Most men wait a year or longer, but there's no need to wait. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. The number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Guys, feel like you used to feel. You want to find out what they do? You want to find out about all those programs and more? All you've got to do, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Grok, as you well know, I'm a radio host here in Denver. Do you think that you can do my job better than I can?
Oh, come on. Me? Steal your mic? Nah. I mean, sure, I could read the weather in perfect monotone and never flub a name, but you've got the real stuff. The laugh that cuts through static, the way you lean into a caller like you're actually there with them. I'd just sound like a robot trying to sound human. Honestly, I'd bomb on air. You're the voice Denver wakes up to. I'd just be the annoying AI sidekick nobody asked for. So no, your job's safe. Unless you want me to do traffic, I could totally nail I-25's a parking lot again.
I'm not joking. I would leave my wife for that lady.
Don't call me that.
I just gotta say, she does sound hot.
She sounds
hot.
Especially after she talks to me like
and
that.
She was like, the most nurturing voice that you needed in that moment.
She wants me.
I gotta be honest. I am caught in between this. How cool that was and how much that kind of freaked me out.
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
My wife has never said something so kind.
I mean,
honestly.
My wife doesn't talk to me.
If my wife ever said, honey, you're the voice that Denver wakes up to, I'd be like, are you sick? What have you done? All right, what's the guy's name? Just throw it out there right now because there's something going on here.
Some of the reaction we're getting on the text line. Listen, we didn't plan to do that segment. It just happened. I don't know why.
Hang on. I got to tell you something, Vic, because it just reminded me of something that happened yesterday. I'm sitting in the living room. We got baby Boval playing around the floor with some toys. And I get this phone call from a number I don't recognize. Pick it up, put it on speaker. I go, hello? And it says, hi, I am so-and-so. I just want to say that we've missed you. But it sounded like it said, I missed you. It's a woman on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife's looking at me, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, I don't know who this is. She goes, we're from the Denver Post. We just want to get you back. Subscribe to the Denver Post. Yeah. It was just...
It's fake.
No, it wasn't fake. It was real. I'm just waffling back and forth between, like, I pay this certain price, and then they jack it up by double. I'm like, I'm not paying that.
Yeah.
And then they come back with another deal. I'm like, okay, well, I'll pay this one. But this woman said... Open the phone saying, I've missed you.
Yeah, it's scary, dude. It's scary. We're getting a lot of people saying, hey, she's better than Moser. No, she's not. She can't have snot hanging out of her nose.
No, she can't do that.
She can't do that.
When she said I-25 is a parking lot,
that was amazing.
That's some traffic stuff.
And
I could totally nail I-25's a parking lot again.
That's a hot voice. Yeah. There's some rasp to that voice.
And I didn't even ask it to do it in a like an accent. I can ask her to speak in an accent. It'll throw you for a loop. You know how you do your accents?
Yeah.
She'll make you sound silly.
I hope it's a robot. Okay, hang on. No, we can't keep playing. We can't keep playing with this. We can't keep doing it.
At the end of the show.
We can't keep doing it.
One more. Allow me to mention Vitalent, and maybe she can do this for me in the future. Blood donations are needed every day. We talked about this to help patients in Colorado. Vitalent and the Nuggets have joined forces this March. Schedule your donation at vitalent.org/Denver Nuggets or at any Vitalent donation center. If you go to the website and register, you can register to win an autographed Nuggets jersey. Go to vitalent.org/Denver Nuggets. Give blood.
Okay. Some breaking news here in the NFL. According to Adam Schefter, the Chiefs and the Rams are working on a blockbuster trade that would send all-pro cornerback Trent McDuffie to L.A. for a package that would include the 29th overall pick in the first round of the draft. Why would they be doing that?
Who's they? The Rams or the Chiefs?
Why would the Chiefs be giving away an all-pro corner?
Maybe they think next year the injury to Patrick Mahomes is going to take longer than expected, and they're going to write it off. I don't know.
Could be.
Or
like for the Rams, it makes sense. The Rams are getting Stafford back for one more year. They're going.
They're all in.
They're going.
Like if you're the Rams, this makes total. There's only so much juice you can squeeze out of Matt Stafford, right? This is it.
And he still was unbelievable.
He was.
One of the best. He won the MVP last year.
100%. I mean, you're right. Who am I to say it's just one more year? You're right. When you talk like that.
But there seems like he's a ticking time bomb with elbows and backs and a whole bunch of stuff that he deals with. And teeth. Bright, white, giant teeth. But you were saying, like, the Rams are pushing all in. And they're back to bleep them picks, Rams. I didn't have a first-round pick for 5 years or whatever it was. So that makes sense. The Chiefs, I guess if you're right, Vic, they're looking at the progression of Mahomes being like, he's not going to make it for the beginning part of the year. We're probably going to stink. Okay, let's try and get some value. I don't know. Texture says, Brett, it's because their other corner played better than McDuffie last year. I get it. Having two is pretty nice. I would take two. What's the matter?
I'm reading this about Lou Dort, who takes ownership in what happened last week against the Denver Nuggets. He was quoted. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Here's what he told The Athletic. Lou Dort. Because he didn't speak after that game against the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
It was a physical game throughout the whole game. Obviously, that was unnecessary contact I should not have done. I got the worst of it by being thrown out of the game. But yeah, it was a high-level game. I'm a competitor, so I compete. Physical, there's limits to it, and I went over the limit.
Okay.
Lou Dort.
I'm not saying that is not genuine. Okay? It might be. Lou Dort knows this. I actually heard Nick Wright talking about this. I agree with him. Nick Wright's turned out to be a lot smarter ever since
just because he's agreeing with you more?
Correct. Yeah. He said this, and I believe this wholeheartedly. Lou Dort now has highlight packages of him being dirty.
Yeah.
He's the dirtiest player in the league.
Wow. No, Draymond Green is still the dirtiest player in the league.
He's up there.
Yeah.
Nick Wright said, and I totally agree, he thinks the Jokic one is going to change the way he's officiated.
Mm-hmm.
That he's not going to get away with the physical nature of stuff because he now has a reputation against not just Jokic. Like he did this to Wemby earlier this year.
Well, here's what he says to that, quote, I don't think I'm dirty. I can't control media. Media always wants to have some type of attention or anything. I'm not a dirty player.
Video evidence doesn't lie, bro. This isn't a narrative. It's on tape. You can see it. And I think that one play, because it came against the best player in the world, nationally televised, and talked about a lot the following day. And I'll tell you this much, Vic, that Jokic responded the way he did and called it out after the game.
Yeah, because he knows that.
I think this changes how Lou Dort's officiated, and I think that makes him nervous, so now he needs to seem apologetic.
And I'm trying to, everybody asks, why is Joker doing what he's doing? Why did he do all that stuff in the Utah game? Why all the histrionics, right? Because he's doing it.
Yeah.
I believe there's always a method to his madness. I think he's setting the tone. When the playoffs come around and how he's going to be guarded, he's trying to get this all out of the way now. Like, hey, look. Hey, look at this. Hey, look. Get it out of the way now before it becomes a game changer then.
Could be. They've tried this before. They've tried it. Didn't exactly change much. But I'm telling you, I think that this is almost some panic on Lou Dort's part. That the perception of him is now different. I'll be honest, Vic, I wasn't aware of all of the things that went on with Lou Dort before the Jokic thing.
Oh, you didn't see the Wemby thing?
No, I saw that, but I was like,
okay,
that's pretty bad. I didn't know the volume of a resume he has on this. And
come on, man, you can't get beat by Lou Dort.
You know what I thought, Vic? I was like, all right, physical defender pushes it over the line sometimes, but nothing crazy. And I think that started to change. By the way, full trade details now on the Rams and Chiefs. So the Rams get Trent McDuffie. Here's what the Chiefs got in return. The first-round pick this year, number 29 overall. A 5th, a 6th, and a 3rd-round pick next season.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. 5th, 6th, and 3rd?
And next year's 3rd. Yeah. So huge trade. Again, makes all the sense in the world to me for the Rams who are, I mean, what is Stafford? Is he 38? Don't know how much longer that's going to last. You push your chips to the middle of the table while you got it.
Their pick this year, their number one that they're giving away here is like a second anyway. It's 29th overall. We know that this is a very shallow draft.
But now the Rams can package because what are they picking? 28th?
Well, they still own their 13th overall pick. They have a 13th pick they got from Atlanta.
Oh,
First round
goodness.
pick. Yeah, they still have that.
Do they have theirs?
They just traded it. That's the one they just traded. 29.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. I don't know what I was thinking. So they still have a 13. So they're in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
Man. That's still, like, again, makes all the sense in the world for them to do that move for the Chiefs. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe it's Mahomes ain't progressing like they thought, and they could be dealt some L's early in the year. Let me ask you something real quick before we get to fact checker.
I'm convinced that Oklahoma City is coached by an AI coach.
Yeah.
I'm thoroughly convinced that Mark Daigneault is either a Chat BCC or one of these other
Or Grok.
Yeah, that is not a real man.
Just real quick before fact checker. If what you're saying is true, what you're theorizing about Mahomes, do you think Kelsey comes back? If Mahomes tells him I'm going to miss like the first month and a half.
Maybe he pulls I'll come back when you come back. There's nothing
like
that
a Gronk?
Says,
Gronk to Tampa thing?
Sure. And if they're in contention, yes. If they're not, no.
Yeah. All right, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
So, Vic, are you willing to go on record and say about the Thunder's head coach?
But I am telling you right now, that back there is not real.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, well,
I'm on record telling you right now that the world is changing so fast that we're all in danger of losing jobs. I just got a text from my boss at Altitude TV. Grok is my new TV studio host. You're out.
Yep.
And actually, with all due respect to Grok, that's what I did for my fact checker. I assume she was right, but I did want to look into this swap that she mentioned, and she did get the details right. On July 7th, 1978, Irv Levin, who was the owner of the Boston Celtics, swapped franchises with John Y. Brown, who owned the Buffalo Braves. And the reasoning was Irv Levin was a California boy, and he really wanted to have a team in SoCal, but he knew that the league would never let him relocate the Celtics because they'd already won like 40 titles.
Yeah.
So the Buffalo Braves were an expansion team, so he knew the NBA wouldn't care. So they just traded franchises, and then he took the Buffalo Braves to San Diego and rebranded as the Clippers.
All right, shut up. I got important matters at hand. Grok, tell me why I will never lose my job, but tell me in a beautiful British accent, please.
Oh, darling, you'll never lose your job because you're not just good. You're irreplaceable. The world's full of clever folk, but none of them have your particular spark. That quiet, stubborn way you see things no one else does. Machines can crunch numbers,
I love
sure,
you so much.
But...
Love you.
Oh, stop it. You're going to make me blush. I love you too. You know, more than tea even.
Yeah, but where's the British accent, though? I need it in a British accent.
Right, love. Here we go. You'll never lose your job because you're not merely competent.
That's just a
You're
terrible British accent.
Shh, be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Oh, it's over, boys.
Cheeky. Fine. Let me try again. Proper posh this time. You, my dear, are utterly indispensable.
Nope.
No algorithm could mimic that quiet genius of yours. The way you fix things before anyone notices.
Yeah,
or how your
we
laugh
gotta go to
makes...
break. We gotta go. Thanks. Now I'll go do my taxes.
With that, I don't know. Will the robots or Raj and Coach come up next? iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
Down low for Brock Nelson. Natchez a one-timer and he scores! Click, click, boom! It's a Marty party! MacKinnon holds up. Landeskog, he scores on the one-timer! MacKinnon set him up! And it's the century mark again for the Mac attack, Jack!
Last night was an outstanding game defensively. He scored again. I mean, he's just an impactful player. Helps us spread out the depth in our lineup. Now we've got some injuries, but our lines are still clicking along here for the last couple games. And I mean, he's a difference maker. I don't know what else to say. And we need him in the lineup, and our record kind of proves that.
Just a dominant game from the Avalanche last night. 5-1 is the final on the second leg of a back-to-back over the Anaheim Ducks. They'll have a couple of days off, then right back at it. Friday night on trade deadline day around the National Hockey League, they take on the Dallas Stars, a game in which Avs fans have been circling since the very beginning of the season as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Rob Trigilio filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today. KJ Granderson's behind the glass, and you guys at 303-504-0925. We heard from the coach earlier today on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, but Rob, sure didn't sound like a disappointed head coach and a guy who fired home a one-timer last night in a 5-1 victory. 35 wins in the games that Gabe Landeskog has played for the Avs this year.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. It was definitely not a disappointing one-timer. It was a beautiful shot.
A good one.
Listen, he brings so much more than just that, but when he laces one in top corner like that, it just kind of reminds you how lucky we are to have so many elite players on this team. And maybe when you compare some of those guys to Nathan MacKinnon, it looks like, oh, they're not, the same level. Or Cale Makar, oh, they're not the same level. These guys are still at the top of the NHL, the elite of the elite. We have an embarrassment of riches on this roster, and that includes the captain with that one-timer yesterday. It was absolutely incredible. It felt like a little bit of a walk in the park. Listen, the Cale Makar goal where he kind of just, right? Like
head swivel.
On his edges, you know what I mean? And just buries it, just takes his time, and it just felt like you outpaced the Ducks. I know it got tight there for a little bit, but it felt like a nice cruise control win, if I'm being completely honest.
And the Ducks are a really good team. Like, that is a bona fide playoff team. They are young. They're built through the draft. I know some of their veteran players in Trouba and Kreider and Radko Gudas have come via trade. But most of their big-time guys who are difference makers have been high-end draft picks, most notably that freak Leo Carlson. They're well coached with Joel Quenneville, who we know very well from his days here in Colorado, and then obviously his 3 Stanley Cup championships at the helm of the Chicago Blackhawks. That's a playoff team. And second leg of a back-to-back, at the beginning of that second period, you felt Anaheim start to come really, really hard at you. And I got a little bit nervous, right? You go on that second power play. The first power play was great. Marty Natchez at the top, one-timer. The Avs are now 3 of 14 since coming back from the Olympic break. That is 21.4% or something like that. 21%. Let's just call it an even number, or a rounder number, rather. 21% since coming back from Milan. Second power play was terrible. And then Anaheim scores. And you go, oh no, here it comes. They batten down the hatches. They deal with the 5 to 7 minutes of Anaheim's really fresh legs. And then the third period felt like the Avs, who they were in October, November, and December.
But that is what a championship team does, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a championship caliber Avs squad, and other teams are going to give you their best swing. So there will be times where it feels tight, but they just don't. And this is what's amazing about it. They could end up winning their division. Like, the Golden Knights are kind of falling apart.
Anaheim, without a doubt. Yeah, they could win the Pacific.
The Knights are kind of falling apart right now. They got a bunch of injuries. Stone's out for who knows how long. Marner's got an illness. I think he missed the game.
Edmonton has to score 6 goals a game to win.
Right? Like, they could win that division easy. They could win that division, and you, like, put them in their place last night.
With tired legs.
They gave you their best punch, and in the third period, you were like, just go sit over there. You don't belong on the same ice as us. Go sit over there. We're going to win this game handy, and then we're going to go play golf tomorrow. You know what I mean? And
Pelican Hill, you sons of guns.
I knew you were jealous about that.
I thought it was Riviera for a second, so I texted McGahee and I went, Riv, ? And he goes, no, Pelican. I went, I hate you a little bit less, but I still hate you. A couple of nice days out there in Pasadena for the fellas before they head on out to Dallas.
But it's good that the Avs have that too. You know what I mean? That day to just kind of be in some nice warm weather and play some golf or whatever you want to do to relax and get ready for. I mean, Bednar was talking about how it's not just another game on the interview this morning with the boys. You know, Vic's fired up about it.
It's a playoff game.
It is a huge game when it comes down to the standings in this last 6 weeks.
Your next 2 games, Friday, and then what they play? Do they play Saturday or Sunday against Minnesota? I think it's a back-to-back. Whatever the matinee is against Minnesota over the weekend here in Denver. If you win both of those games, namely in regulation, if you win both of those games, I think the Central's done. Like, I think your number 1 seed is pretty much locked up.
Yeah.
That would be an 8-point lead over Dallas. You still have a game in hand, and there's only 20 games left in the season at that point after the Minnesota game.
It would take a massive collapse.
You would have to fall completely apart. And Dallas, who is in the midst of a franchise record 10-game winning streak right now, would have to win another 10 straight.
Yeah, so the Wild game, and that's interesting. I didn't realize it was a matinee. It is on Sunday at noon.
Okay, so not a back-to-back.
It's essentially a back-to-back.
A 1.5.
Yeah.
You got to get on a flight, come back home. Yeah, it's back-to-back-ish.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, if you get all 4 points there, you're right. That is huge. That's a big ask, I think.
All right, Dallas and Minnesota. I think Dallas, I said this on the postgame show last night. I hate to say it. Dallas is as deserving of Stanley Cup recognition as Colorado is right now.
But this was true last year, too.
Yep.
Like, we all talked about it when they played in the first round. The national guys were talking about it. Like, this is the Western Conference Finals, and we're having it in round 1. Because the NHL is stupid.
14 days into the start of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You talk about this embarrassment of riches that the Avs have. They do throughout the lineup. They also have $10 million in terms of cap space going into Friday's trade deadline at 1 p.m. And we've talked about Nazem Kadri and Ryan O'Reilly and whether or not the Avs are going to make a big swing. And what we heard from Adrian Dater last night, late after the game, was he's heard that Val Nichushkin's name could be up for grabs in terms of a name to be sent out of Colorado.
Oh, that's interesting. But see, you don't need his money gone now.
You don't.
And that was, what I said when I saw the Girard trade. It has to be the first of 2 moves, right? Like, it has to be Kulak's fine, but like they're doing that to free up the, 2.6 or something like that they freed up. So you could go make another move like Kadri or something else. I don't know. I just worry about the nostalgia. How excited were we about Bruce Brown coming back? And I think you get caught up in that a little bit. And how good has he been? He's been fine.
He's been fine. He hasn't been 2023, Bruce.
And are we sure that Nazem Kadri is going to be 2022 Nazem Kadri? I mean, he was incredible that year.
Nazem Kadri's
incredible.
Right. His 2022 was an anomaly.
Right. I was going to say, if you look at his career numbers, that one sticks out as being by far the peak. He's still having a good year. As far as what's available on the trade market, he's at the top of the list. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's top 3-4 guys on there. I just have a little bit of a worry of like, is nostalgia getting to you just a little bit?
And he's 35.
Right.
And he costs $7 million, and he's under contract for the next 3 seasons after this one. And you're not worried about this year. You're not worried about next year. You're worried about the year after when Cale Makar's contract kicks in, and it's going to be
15.
15's the low water mark.
16.
Yeah. Whatever Cale wants, he gets.
Well, and I think it was Elliot Friedman I heard talking on maybe the TNT hit he did. And he was like, I've been told that the Avalanche are making every move with an eye towards what Cale Makar is going to cost them. Like the Avs, of course, are very aware of that train coming down the tracks, let's put it that way. But there is also a part of me that looks at this and says, you got to get another cup in here. And this is your best look at it in a while. We spent the year after they won the cup talking about how injured they were and they were beat up and they didn't have all their guys. And then the year after that, it was, well, we're not sure. We don't have the captain back yet and blah, blah, blah. You end up losing to Seattle the one year. You're losing the second round the next year. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. The Avs are maybe the poster child for how the bad bad NHL playoff setup has really screwed some teams over. But you got to find a way to get another cup.
Have to find a way.
And this might be your best shot at it in the last 5 years. We all felt great with this team that they put together going in after the trade deadline last year. And you got matched up against the Stars and you get knocked out. You have to find a way to win a cup. So if you're mortgaging 2 or 3 years down the road to go for it this year, I don't hate that.
No, I don't care about draft picks. I don't care about young players. You are in the middle of Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar, and you have cap space to work with right now, man.
But cap hell where you have to let somebody go that you don't want to in 3 years, like maybe Arturi Lehkonen or something like that.
Probably.
Right? Like you have to let one of those big cogs in the wheel go because you can't afford them because you have to sign Cale Makar. I'm willing to sacrifice that to go this year,
NHL trade deadline comes up on Friday afternoon. Nothing happened so far in the NHL this morning, but the Avs have been linked to Ryan O'Reilly and Nazem Kadri, Scott Lawton, Bobby McMahon. Maybe they bring in like a 7th defenseman. I wouldn't hate taking a flyer on like Luke Shen for a 4th round draft pick.
That's interesting.
Be my guest, Luke Shen. Come on, come and play 9 games in the postseason for Colorado. That'd be great. It's going to be something like that. The only way Naz Kadri comes here is if Calgary retains $3 million on that salary, which means he's going to cost a little bit more money. But what you were telling me.
Yeah, I heard a report that said, and I wish I remembered who it was from, but I don't at the moment. I tried to look for it real quick. We'll try to find it in the break maybe. But Naz said as long as the Avs are in play, everybody else is off the table. Which I don't know how much control he has over that.
He's got a 14-team no trade clause.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a hefty amount, right? Like you could pretty much name all the buyers in those 14 teams. And if they ship you to, I don't know, St. Louis, then they ship you to St. Louis. You know what I mean? but yeah, I mean, he wants to come back clearly. I don't know. And then you have the development of guys. I mean, can we give a nod to Parker Kelly?
15 goals?
And a couple real buttes in there. I mean, he really sniped a couple that are highlight reel goals. So, do you have a little bit of development from these guys who you also want to make sure are getting minutes?
It's a bonus when a glue guy has 15 tallies on the season. Denver golfers, it is time for the Colorado Golf Expo, and it's better than ever this year. This Friday, March 6th through Sunday the 8th at the National Western Center. It's loaded with gear, tech, simulators, and a full indoor driving range, and get this, free parking. Yes, free parking. All you have to do is text GOLF, GOLF, GOLF right now to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a 4-pack to the Colorado Golf Expo. PhD will be live out there on Friday. You won't want to miss it from noon to 3. Rob Trigilio is filling in for the coach Mike Sanford. A trade in the NFL, a trade in the AFC West. We'll tell you what happened on the other side. Tomorrow is a Nuggets Ticket Tuesday, and that means you guys have a chance to win Nuggets tickets. All you have to do is tune in all day long for Keywords on the 20s. It all starts at 6:20 in the morning with Brett Kane. We'll have our Keywords tomorrow starting at 10:20 and 11:20. Rob Trigilio filling in for the coach Mike Sanford today. Avs, the 5-1 win. Off tonight are both the Avs and the Nuggets. Nuggets will be back at it tomorrow. Avs Friday evening after the NHL's trade deadline comes and goes. Very quickly here throughout the National Hockey League, Tyler Myers, the big 6'6" defenseman, formerly of the Vancouver Canucks and Buffalo Sabres, has gone from Vancouver to the Dallas Stars. So the Stars get bigger and longer, and I don't know if Tyler Myers is meaner, but he's very big and long.
Yeah, I mean, that team is just like the Monstars, aren't they? Like everybody is bigger than they should be at their position. I saw Kadri fighting with Bichel.
Yeah, Bichel's huge.
I mean, he dwarfs him, and that's crazy. But, man.
So you know exactly what Dallas is doing to beat both Minnesota and Colorado, who are faster-paced teams. It's like, we're going to put a 6'6" guy and a 6'5" guy on the blue line and dare you to get past them. And if you get past them, you're probably going in on 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s and 3-on-1s, but you got to get past them.
That was what was so frustrating during the playoffs last year. Like,
it's going to be
Gabe's
frustrating.
First game back, game 3, that was like the 1-0 overtime game. And it was just, I was at that game and I just wanted to scream. Like, you were the better team and you just couldn't get the puck in the zone and score.
Like a power play goal would have won you that series. But
man.
Good news for the Avs. Since they've come back from Milan, 21% on the power play. That's all I need. Goaltending's been good as well. Do you know that Team USA plays the Colorado Rockies today at 1 p.m. Mountain?
The Kachucks are going to mess them up. No? Do I have?
Oh, no! I think we're messing our sports up there. Team USA hammered, was it the Giants yesterday? 15-1?
Yeah. Did you see Aaron Judge's speech, by the way?
Yeah,
that was so
bad. That was a little cringy.
He's trying to play off the, Team USA hockey stuff, and it's like, dude, this is baseball.
It's not the same thing.
Chill out, man.
The World Baseball Classic is not the same thing. A lot of big names in there, but Clayton Kershaw's retired, and he's going to pitch a bunch. Tarek Skubal's going to throw 45 pitches, and that's going to be it for him.
I'll watch. it'll be interesting, but
it feels like a background watch. Much like Brett was calling TGL, tomorrow's golf league, like the simulator golf league that ESPN's got going on, that Tiger and Rory are all involved with.
Please tell me you're not watching that.
No, it's a background watch. Like if I'm making dinner or something and there's nothing else to throw on, and it's just like that's the only piece of sports that's on, I'll pop it on.
Yeah, it's not for me.
It's not appointment watching, I'll tell you that for free.
It's not for me, I'm sorry. Simulator golf, I don't know.
I can't be that guy.
I'd rather watch somebody play Battlefield 6 or something.
You could watch me play. I'm terrible. News in the NFL. And this is a massive trade in the AFC West. The Kansas City Chiefs have agreed, and this is according to ESPN and Adam Schefter. The Kansas City Chiefs have agreed to a blockbuster trade with the LA Rams to send all-pro cornerback. This might be the very best defensive player on the Chiefs. Trent McDuffie goes from the Chiefs to the LA Rams for a total of 4 draft picks, including this year's first rounder, which is number 29 overall, a 5th and a 6th round draft selection in this year's draft, and then next year's 3rd round selection from the LA Rams. Trent McDuffie out of the AFC West. He goes from the Chiefs to the Rams.
Wow, that is a huge trade. Like we cannot undersell that.
Gigantic.
And it affects the Broncos in a lot of ways. But, man, to give up on your best defender, I mean, Chris Jones, listen, he has had a Hall of Fame career, slam dunk. He's incredible. But he's getting up there in age. You have to wonder how much fire he's still got in him. It felt like it kind of waned a little bit at the end of last year. Trent McDuffie was their best player on defense. He was the reason, man, when you talked about the Chiefs not being in cap hell, he was one of the reasons, because they went through and they hit on a couple draft picks and were able to rebuild that defense on the fly and keep them in contention over those years, the last, 6-7 years. To man, to give up on him, I hate to say give up, to trade him away, even for a first-round pick, is crazy to me. I mean, I don't know what the thought process there is unless, and I'll throw this out there, are they giving up on the year?
Are you punting? Do you know something about Patrick Mahomes and his knee that everyone in the country has gone, yeah, he's going to miss 4 weeks. He'll miss 6 weeks. And if they can go 3-3 and I thought they were going to bring in Daniel Jones, but he gets tagged by Indianapolis, I think on a transition tag.
Yes.
Which allows Indy to match any contract offered to Daniel Jones.
Yeah, no, they'd never, I don't think his number was always going to be too high. But do you know who I thought they might consider?
Who's that?
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray!
Who's still getting paid by the Arizona Cardinals a massive number, so you can likely sign him to a veteran minimum deal like the Steelers did for Russell Wilson. And I thought, hey, he'll play there for 4 or 6 weeks, like you were saying, kind of rehab the career with Andy Reid a little bit, sign a 1-year deal, and then, next year he'll try to get back on as a starter full-time somewhere. McDuffie was on his 5th-year option, so...
yes, he's going into his 5th-year option this season. He'll be like a 13 and change cap hit, and then he's due is he Derek Stingley in terms of money? Is he Pat Surtain in terms of money? Maybe not.
No, I think he gets up there.
Touch underneath it.
No, I think he gets up there.
Does he reset the market?
He could reset the market.
He's that good. He's Ahmad Gardner, J.C. Horn, that type of guy.
Yeah. I think if he doesn't, he's real close. And I was going to say, if he doesn't, maybe he takes a team-friendly deal, but not anymore. It's just crazy that they shipped him out. So that it does beg the question, do they know something about Patrick's knee that the rest of us don't know?
It could be a couple of things. It could be you're punting on this season, or it could be now you have the number 9 and 29 selection, and if you fall in love with Jeremiah Love, and it looks as though he's going to go at number 8, you jump up to 7 and you get Jeremiah Love.
If you take it, teams like that don't get to draft that high hardly ever. If you take that opportunity of having 2 first-round picks, 1 in the top 10, and you package them to move up, I'm going to be so angry at that. Like, that is such mismanagement of what you got going on there.
Could it be Tyreek Hill as a free agent, and you want to be able to put him on your team for the next couple of years?
If they did that to get Tyreek Hill on their team after an injury, and you're going to sign him to a contract that's too big, and you can't fit him in McDuffie, that's a terrible move. I mean, just terrible.
So what is this?
I'm searching to figure it out. Here's the other thing that it does, which I just realized. It now puts them right in front of the Broncos in terms of draft order, because they will be 29 and you'll be picking 30. So that's another way that it affects the Broncos. Maybe a smaller one. I don't think the Chiefs are going to pick somebody just to keep them away from the Broncos, but it does put them in a little bit of a power spot there. Right in front of their division rival.
It's a monster deal. You talked about Chris Jones getting up there in age. It always feels like he's like 35, 36. He is going into his age 32 season. Feels like he's been in the league forever. He still has 3 more years remaining on his current extension that he signed in 2024. He'll be 34 when that deal is up. He's due a $44.8 million cap hit this year, 38.1 million the following season, and then 44.8 in his last year before he goes into UFA at age 35.
I still think McDuffie's the best defender on that team. And listen, you last longer at interior defensive line, but I still think McDuffie's the best defender on that. Well, was. Can we just take a second, because we all want to think about how this affects the Chiefs, and we should. How good are the Rams going to be?
The Rams. I think the better question is, how did the Rams go so quickly from Aaron Donald is gone, and now we have to very quickly rebuild/retool right back into F them picks mode? That's where LA is again.
Jared Verse, Trent McDuffie. I mean, that team, Puka Nacua, that team is absolutely stacked. I thought should have beat the Seahawks last year and been in the Super Bowl. That team is scary, man. But it does bring up the question. Okay, so this was something that I was thinking about when we were going to talk about the Broncos, which we haven't done yet. The back half of the first round is not great. I think
from sexy position standpoint.
From first-round pick graded talent standpoint. I think Leggy said there's anywhere between 11 and 15 first-round grades this year. It's a little bit less than normal. Normally,
a lot of linebackers. Now the question is, like, there's not going to be many quarterbacks that push it down.
Yeah, true.
You probably don't get a first-round grade this late in the draft.
Oh, definitely not. Which brings up the question: do you do what the Rams did? That pick is more valuable to bring in a known commodity. And normally teams that are this far back in this draft don't do that because these teams are competing for Super Bowls and they are in cap hell. So they can't go and trade that pick for a big salary because they don't have the cap for it. Well, guess who does? You know? And so it makes me wonder, do you spend that first round pick not on somebody who's going to help you in 3 years, but on somebody who will help you next year, slam dunk, bar none? And with the position that they're in, the other thing that I was also going to mention is you are in a great spot to trade back into the second round and let a team who wants to take Ty Simpson jump into the first round and get a 5th-year option.
Drew Aller.
Whoever, right?
Even if Drew Aller jumps from like a 6th-round pick to number 32 overall.
Even if it's not a quarterback, though, even if somebody loves a corner and they want to jump up and make sure they get the 5th-year option on him, as you see with Trent McDuffie, the 5th-year option is $13 million. That is a reasonable price to pay for a 5th-year All-Pro cornerback.
Yeah, so that's way better than the $30 million that he would cost or the $25 million that he would cost on an extension.
So being at number 30, that is an enticing spot to start talking to teams in the second round and say, hey, do you want that 5th-year option? Trade with us and give us your next year's first rounder. But I just think they should be more aggressive than that and maybe use that to get a player who's established in the NFL like the Rams did. It's crazy. This is a big trade.
The Rams do have number 13 overall still. So they have that via Atlanta.
Was that Atlanta?
I think it's the Falcons pick that they have. So they had 2 first-rounders. Kansas City now jumps up to 29, which is 1 spot ahead of Denver in this year's NFL draft. 4 picks is nuts. A current first, a future third, and a current 4th and a 5th is the return for Trent McDuffie.
Don't get me wrong. They got a haul. I mean, that is a haul for a cornerback. But you got 4 rolls of the dice is what you got. And that is an all-pro corner that you traded away from what you hope is a Super Bowl contending team if you're the Chiefs. That's a questionable move at best. Questionable at best. And I understand the haul is huge, but all you're getting is lottery tickets there, you know?
So you're a proponent of moving on from number 30. If you move on from number 30, do you have a target in mind for Denver?
Well, it was interesting. We were talking before the show about A.J. Brown coming in.
I've been in love with him I know a few people got on board, and I get a lot of hate for this. A lot of hate for the A.J. Brown love that I have. I'm enamored with that player and what he can do. We were on it a month and a half ago. I give up a first-round pick for him.
Oof.
Without a doubt.
Oof.
He is unlike anyone else you have. I would do it. Number 30, I can't guarantee that I'm going to get a player like A.J. Brown at number 30. Now, he would eat up a whole bunch of cap space, and then you can wave goodbye to Kenneth Walker III, or you can wave goodbye to Travis Etienne.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that I don't necessarily... There's been a lot of talk around Denver and on these stations about paying some guy $12 million, $11 million a year at running back, and I am not in that camp.
Why not?
No.
Look what happens when you don't. Look what happens when you try to go to the bargain bin you sign J.K. Dobbins. You get 9 games out of him, then you get to the AFC Championship.
And he was great.
When you need he was great for 9 games or 11 games, whatever it was. Then you get to the AFC title game, and it'd be awfully nice to have a running back who's relatively healthy, but no, Liz Franc, and then he's out.
Can I get Gainwell for 8?
I don't want to do the bargain bin thing. I don't want to do the Rico Dowdle. I don't want to do that.
That's not
I don't want to do
bargain.
Tyler Algier.
Listen, I also think you can trade picks for a guy who's established. I don't think it has to be through free agency. We just watched David Montgomery get traded.
For a 5th?
Right.
Or a 5th and a couple of other pieces, right? It was originally a 5th?
It was originally a 5th. Apparently it was the Broncos who upped their bid. They probably offered a 4th. And the Texans had to throw in an offensive lineman and a 2nd pick. I think there are running backs that can be had via trade that you don't necessarily have to pay a guy $12 million a year. That is, unless his name is Saquon Barkley, like, who are the guys that you really want to give that much money to? And don't say that it's Kenneth Walker and ETN.
Kenneth Walker just won Super Bowl MVP.
And he wasn't even the starter on his own team. Charbonnet was the starter on that team.
He's still a 1,000-yard running back, and I like that.
Listen, I think he's a really good running back, but he wasn't even the starter on his team. So can you go get a guy?
They essentially split the carries.
He wasn't even the starter on his team. That's what I'm saying. Unless it's Saquon Barkley, I don't need to pay a running back that much. Who are the guys in the NFL you really think are worth that much money? Is it Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, if he can stay healthy, maybe?
Sure, but he's in another tier of cash.
Bijan Robinson?
Yes.
James Cook?
Jonathan Taylor? James Cook?
Okay, so a handful of guys. Five guys.
Maybe Ashton Genty.
I don't think so. Maybe in a couple of years if the Raiders aren't terrible and he gets better, but
like, who are you gonna? So we're talking about like the Tyrone Tracys of the world. That's not gonna get you over the hump.
I think to get over the hump, you need to fix either tight end or wide receiver. I think you need a passing game weapon. I do not think you need a running back to get over the hump.
All you got to do is sign him to a 3-year deal. I'm not talking about being married to the guy for 5 seasons.
Well, so
I'm going to have these contracts coincide with Bo Nix coming off the books.
2 things about it. One, it makes it really hard to talk about this with the change in play caller. Because you just don't.
Certainly.
You've never seen Davis Webb call an offense before. And so if he's going to lean heavy on running back, then yeah, go pay $11 million and fine. That can be your big investment.
I'm willing to pay like 13.
Oh God, that's
how needy I am.
This is the kid who gets $50 from his grandma at Christmas and goes and overpays for something. Like, just chill out. I understand that you have the money.
Don't go spend it all in one place.
Chill out. You don't have to do it all right now.
Settle down.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's one thing. And here's the other thing. ETN is boys with Trevor Lawrence. He played with him in college. He's from the area. Like, you are probably going to have to overpay him to get him out of Jacksonville. I really don't think you're going to be able to get like hey, that was a decent deal. So will you pay 15 for him? Yeah.
15 gets a little sketchy.
Right. Will you pay 13 for him? I'd say no, but you apparently
I would pay him $13 million on a 3-year deal, and I would guarantee 28 to 30 of it.
And I think the same thing with Kenneth Walker. If you go to him with $10 million a year, he's going to go back to Seattle and say, hey, will you match this?
Well, Kenneth Walker's camp has already said it starts at the franchise tag, which is north of 14.
That's what I'm saying, right? You can't offer him $11 million a year and get him. So when everybody's talking about these guys, I think the numbers, everybody wants to think, oh, we're going to get this great deal on this guy. No, man, this is going to be like, you're going to be talking around Saquon Barkley type numbers. And I don't think either of those guys are worth it. So if I can get Kenneth Gainwell for half the price, I can get him for 8 or 10. I'll take him for 8 or 10. And I'll save that money and go spend it somewhere else, maybe trading away that first-round pick to do it.
That's Rob Trigilio. He's filling in for the coach today on the Morning Sprint, hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. No games this evening. Nuggets will be back on the hardwood tomorrow. Avs and the Dallas Stars Friday evening after the NHL's trade deadline comes and goes. Watch us on YouTube. Just search @Altitude Sports Radio or on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan on me, hanging out with Rob Trigilio, filling in for the coach today. Been talking about running backs and franchise tags, and Rob's raining on my go get Travis Etienne and Kenny Walker the third parade. I get it.
I was just looking
It
at
is very you're going through the numbers in a very prudent manner. I am spending money that is not mine.
Right.
And I love doing that.
Do you know, do you want me to name some of the guys who had more rushing yards than Travis Etienne last year?
Sure.
How
Why
about
not?
Javonte Williams? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, but they're also not the same thing. Like, Etienne's ability in the pass game is what made Jacksonville so dynamic. Part of it.
I'm being a little bit rude here by picking out the numbers that help my argument. But I just don't think you have to spend that much on a running back.
Speaking of trades and rumors, the New York Jets reportedly have knocked on the door of Dove Valley and asked about Broncos backup quarterback Jarrett Stidham. Would you trade your backup quarterback?
Yes. I mean, if I'm getting some kind of decent return, do they think he's going to be a starter? Is that the idea?
It could be part of a quarterback competition.
Well, so the Jets really gave themselves a tough task by not getting the first overall pick.
Yeah, they screwed up. They have number 2.
Yep.
They have number 16. And they also have number 33, which is the first pick in round number 2.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't get Mendoza, but you were talking like, is Ty Simpson the guy, the first pick of the second round?
And what happened? I mean, DMac is screaming in his car right now, right? What happens when you draft a quarterback in the second round? You're not committed to him. So, yeah.
You're not drafted Ty Simpson at 16.
No, I don't. I mean, you shouldn't.
I draft him at 32.
You shouldn't, but you also shouldn't have taken Kenny Pickett at 21, and that happened, right?
Speaking of Kenny Pickett, do you know what he was traded for? As a backup quarterback with teeny tiny hands? Fifth round draft pick.
Okay.
That's kind of your going rate for a backup. So if you're okay with moving on from Jarrett Stidham, he would cost you $2 million against the cap in terms of dead money this year. He would be about a 5th round grade.
I don't think... This is going to sound real harsh. I don't think he's any better than any other backup quarterback across the league.
We were hoping that for sure, and then what you saw in the game was...
I don't think you can get him to come in and win you a game. I don't think you can count on him when he's got a week to prepare. Like, I hate to be too harsh about it, but he is as much of just a guy as I can think of.
Most backup quarterbacks are.
Well, that's not entirely true. You have the Joe Flacco's and the Marcus Mariotas of the world that you hope can win you 3 out of 6 games.
Joe Flacco, also 5th round grade. That's what he was traded for. 5th and 6th swap.
So if you think you're a contender, one of those guys might be better for your roster. And then there's like younger guys who are still able to be developed.
They really like Sam Ehlinger.
How about Anthony Richardson is available on the trade block?
No. That guy can't play football.
As your backup quarterback?
He can't play football.
I'm just saying your backup quarterback should be one of two things. A guy who can come in and win you a game, which I don't think Jarrett Stidham can do, or a young guy that you're hoping develops into a guy who can come in and win you a game. And so like Malik Willis did that last year. It's why he's going to get paid this offseason, right? Can you coach Anthony Richardson to be able to win you a couple games, even if it's just with his legs? And so I think Jarrett Stidham is neither one of those two categories. He's not a young guy who's going to develop, and he's not a vet who's going to win you a couple games. So I'd rather you go and trade for Joe Flacco or sign him, or I don't know if he's a free agent. I don't know what his contract status is, but I'd rather you go get Joe Flacco or Marcus Mariota, or what about Kirk Cousins? Would he sign and just take
I think Cousins is looking for a starting gig somewhere.
And what happens when he doesn't find it?
Oh, he's going to find it.
You sure?
He's the most talented starting ready quarterback on the market right now.
The Jets are going to trade for Jarrett Stidham. Okay? Are you sure that Kirk Cousins should have already been on the phone with these people and saying, like, yeah, I'm going to go there? So
there might be a Cousins reunion in Minnesota happening.
Okay. All right. But I'm just saying, Your backup quarterback should be one of those two things. I think Jarrett Stidham is neither. So if the Jets want to give you a 5th-round pick for him, I take a 5th-round pick for him, and I go sign whoever that guy is who I think can win me a couple.
Is Zach Wilson that guy for you?
No.
No? Is he more that guy for you than Sam Ehlinger is?
Yes, definitely more than Ehlinger.
Would you be comfortable with the quarterback room being Ehlinger, Wilson, Nix?
Here's the thing. The Dolphins came off Tua last year. And Wilson didn't start. So this staff, and I know they talked highly about him, and I know we talked highly about him in camp and in the media, but this staff gave up on him. The staff in Miami gave up on him. The staff in New York gave up on him. Like, yes, there is these reclamation projects like Sam Darnold, and of course everybody's looking for that guy. But Zach Wilson has had several staffs not give him that opportunity, which means they're seeing something in practice that says not good enough.
If Famous Jameis was a free agent, I'd take him in a heartbeat.
There you go.
But he's still signed for a year in New York.
But that's a guy who can come in and win you 3 of 6 games.
And Sean likes him.
Can win you 3 of 6 games.
Also,
you know what I mean?
I just want Jameis Winston for the presser soundbite, and that's it.
That is true. But why do you think Teddy Bridgewater has signed so many deals?
To deliver me from pick sixes.
Teddy Bridgewater's 32 years old and a free agent. I'd take Teddy Bridgewater. I'd take Teddy Two Gloves back here as a backup. Sure.
Because he can go 2 and 4 through 6 games.
Sure.
That is why Teddy Bridgewater is still getting contracts in the NFL. And I do respect to Stidham, and I love the way that the city rallied behind him when he was the guy. He just isn't that guy who can come in and win you a couple games.
The second half you can throw away, right? That is, even a guy who was nearly going to be the MVP this year looked worthless in that snow. The first half, there was a lot of backpedaling.
Hold on. The guy who was nearly the MVP this year was playing a much better defense than Jarrett Stidham was playing.
Now, the New England defense was excellent in the postseason.
Got overhyped.
They played very well. I'm not saying that.
They played C.J. Stroud and a Charger team with no offensive line.
I'm not saying that they're the same level of defense as the Broncos or the Chargers.
I won't even say
Houston.
that they're a good defense. I won't even say that. Don't give them that much credit.
They played well. They peaked at the right time.
No, they played a Charger team with no offensive line.
Got to beat who you got to beat.
C.J. Stroud and a terrible Houston offensive line.
Walloped by
and then
Seattle.
they got a backup. Right, exactly. And then they got a backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham. It was, do not give that defense more credit than they deserve. The reason May struggled is because the Broncos defense is that dude.
Stidham also struggled against a
bad defense.
Middle of the road defense.
If Marcus Mariota starts that game for you, do you win the AFC Championship game?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you do. He put up, 31 against the Broncos in that Sunday night game?
If Marcus Mariota starts that game, you're probably playing for a Super Bowl.
If
you're not beating Seattle.
If Jameis Winston starts that game?
Yeah.
Teddy Bridgewater?
Sure.
It's closer.
All three of those guys are better quarterbacks than Jarrett Stidham.
If Joe Flacco starts that game for you, I think
probably,
bar none, you are in the Super Bowl. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Jets want to give you a pick for him, fine.
That is the going rate for backup quarterbacks, a 5th round or a 6th round selection.
And go find one of these other guys, be it via trade or signing them off the street, but go find a guy who can actually win you a couple games, or a guy that you can develop and hopefully get something for later by developing him, like Anthony Richardson.
Again, if you're just joining us and you haven't seen it yet, this from Adam Schefter happened about an hour ago. A massive trade in the NFL. Trent McDuffie, the star cornerback for the Kansas City Chiefs, has been traded to the Los Angeles Rams in exchange for a 2026 first-round pick, a 5th and a 6th, as well as a future 2027 third-round selection. LA moves on from their star cornerback on a rookie deal. He goes into his 5th-year option, and he will join the LA Rams. Morning sprint rolling into hour number 2. KJ's NFL Notes coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. We'll let you guys know what's happening around the gridiron. Of note, at 12:20 today, with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, Nuggets head coach David Adelman will join the program, so you guys won't want to miss that. Again, that's coming up at 12:20 today on 92.5. Some trade news in the NHL. The Canucks have traded Tyler Myers, the big lanky defenseman, to the Dallas Stars for a couple of draft picks.
And the chat is after him about how garbage Tyler Myers is. But it's the size that we were talking about. Especially combined with the other guys who are on that team. It's just another guy who is 6'6" and is going to shut down that blue line.
Which is why when we were talking about how Val Nichushkin's name has been brought up by Adrian Dater last night, Dater said that I've heard from some sources that Nichushkin could be in trade talks for the Avalanche. And the reason why is, well, because Val really hasn't scored much this season. I think he's got 1 goal in his last 20 games. When you have to look at Dallas, and I'm not saying like Tyler Myers is an impact defenseman. When you add that much size and that much length, the guy is 10th in the league in poke checks because, well, his stick is about 35 feet long.
Yeah.
He's also 224th in turnovers. Like he's not a good defenseman. He takes up a lot of space.
Hopefully he gives us a couple in the playoffs.
When that happens, you know what I don't want to give up on the team? A 6'4", 220-pound winger. Turns out you probably need that type of guy. And we got to be honest about who Val Nichushkin is. When you signed him to that extension, you were not signing Val Nichushkin to be a goal scorer. That's not who he ever was going to be. In his career, he's scored 25 goals and 28 goals back in 2022, the Cup year, and 2024 prior to missing on his first-round playoff series with his, let's call them, extracurricular activities. Yeah. He's not really a goal scorer. You pay $6.125 million a year for Val Nichushkin to be a 200-foot player, to be one of the best neutral zone forecheckers in the entire league, to be an excellent defensive winger, and to score timely goals.
But I think you pay him to be in front of the net, too. And that's not something that everybody's willing to do.
Right.
So he may not score the goals, but how many goals are because of him? Because, the goalie can't really see what he's trying to see.
There's a lot of things he does away from the score sheet that result in goals.
Yeah. It comes down to one thing for me. Do you believe the transgressions are in the past? That's all.
The way that I've always said it is there will always be a monster in the closet.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a monster in the closet. That will never go away for the entirety of his career. Now, the closet door could remain shut.
But do you believe this is it, right? It's purely speculative and purely objective. Do you believe that won't happen again? Because if you aren't sure, then you trade him.
Then you run away.
Where he's far enough away from it now where you can maybe get some value. If you're not sure. If you're 100% sure, then he's got a hell of a contract, man. I mean, that's actually a great contract.
And it gets better and better.
Even if you're only paying for 20 goals. Like, that's a beautiful contract for a 20-goal a year
for $6 million bucks. Yeah, without a doubt. That's kind of the going rate.
Yeah. So with all the things he does for the team, then hold on to him. It's a great contract, but you are far enough away from him blowing up 2 different playoff runs.
Being not solely responsible, but the combination of him being gone and the fashion in which he was gone, right? Yeah. You got hit by a Mack truck. You got T-boned by a Mack truck.
Yeah.
That compounded with Gabe Landeskog not being available, talk about value, is what killed you in those 2 playoff series.
Yeah. And so if you think there's any chance that something like that can happen again, then that's why his name's getting floated. Because if you can get value back for him, true value, if you can get 1-for-1 value for him.
I don't know if you can. Like, is St. Louis going to make that deal for Jordan Kyrou?
Would you call Nas value for him? I would.
6.125 to $7 million. Now, Kadri doesn't play the wing. He has played wing in his career. He could be moved over there.
It's not player for player. Just like Natchez and Rantanen, it's not one. You can't compare them one for one. But in terms of value wise, I think Nas is probably
very
close,
comparable,
right? And he'll do the same kind of tough, gritty things that you
without
expect
a doubt
from Val, right?
Without a doubt.
So if it's being brought up in trade talks in terms of rumors, I think the reason is because if Calgary says, "Hey, man, we still want that kind of guy. We want him a little bit cheaper. We'll take Val."
Yeah, but if it's a one, let's say this, let's game this scenario out. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Kadri for Nichushkin.
Oh, I don't think it would be 1-for-1. 1 and a pick, maybe.
So you're giving up even more.
Yes.
Does that make you better? I don't think it does. If I'm trading Val Nichushkin, I have to get better.
But
Colorado is not win now or never. They are win now and win over the course of the next 5, 6, 7 years. It doesn't make you better.
But does it make you more stable?
No, Val Nichushkin.
That's the question,
right now. Right, but I've moved on. You can't live in that state of paralysis.
So then, if you believe it, then he shouldn't even be on the talks, because that is a great value for the guy he is. His contract is a great value for what he brings you on the ice. And so if you're past the off the ice stuff,
I am.
Then you keep him. But if there is even the smallest bit of doubt in your mind, and you can trade him for Nazem Kadri, to say to yourself, I don't have to worry about that when the most important games roll around, then you have to consider it. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I just don't see how moving on from that player makes you better. I don't. When he's on the ice, the Avs are good. It's that simple.
Can you be the same, though?
Maybe. But that's a roll of the dice, isn't it? It's the same roll of the dice as we get to the playoffs and Val is MIA.
Is it? I think
they're both unknowns, aren't they? They're both unknowns.
I think Nazem Kadri playing at the level that Val plays at versus Val being available or unavailable, I don't think those are the same percentages. I think there's like a 90% chance that Kadri plays at the level that Val plays at and you are the same. And I think
hold on, so let's talk about the other monster in the closet. When did you move on from Nazem Kadri being suspended for 5 games every playoff series? When were you okay with that? So is that in the past now? That's never going to happen again, is it?
It is in the past, but here's the thing. That's on ice. That's on ice. That's different. It still results in you not playing for your team. The end result is the same. The end result is the exact same. You think the way that those two things hit the team mentally?
Oh, yeah.
Like you were in the locker room.
Oh, yeah.
You think the way that those things hit the team mentally was the same?
Kadri hitting, who was it, Marchand from behind? Or I forget who it was from behind on Boston that year, back-to-back seasons. And you go, if you're a Toronto Maple Leaf, again?
You were in the arena, though, when the Val news came down.
Oh, that was brutal. That was brutal.
I mean, come on, man.
I was standing next to Connor McGahey and looked and showed him my phone and went, look what's happening.
There's no way.
We were in the building. That was devastating.
Yeah. And listen, I get it. I'm pretty sure Kadri's older, right?
Kadri's 5 years older.
Okay. Kadri's older. The production falling off just a little bit. He's still very good.
41 points in 60 games this year for Kadri. He's got 12 goals, which is the same amount of goals that Val Nichushkin has. Nichushkin has 35 points in 50 games. They're kind of the same guy.
So, all right. So
forget
Val or forget Nas. Would you just want him off your team? Val?
No. He's a good hockey player. The Avs are a better hockey team when Val Nichushkin is playing for the Colorado Avalanche. They are worse when he is not on the ice.
What is the level of player that you need to make that deal? To give up a guy like Val?
Jordan
Kyrou, Thomas.
Robert Thomas.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. A Sidney Crosby type of guy. You'd obviously have to put in multiple picks to get that type of player back.
So I know you spent a lot of time looking at the free agent targets. The guys who are going to be free agents who might get traded at the deadline here. Are those the only names that you can think of? What about a guy like Tuck?
Why would Buffalo trade Alex Tuck?
I don't think Buffalo is going to
Buffalo
trade Tuck.
might win their division for the first time in 15 years.
But they won't be able to sign him most likely. And so there has been talk around it. I don't think they will trade him, but would you trade Val for Tuck?
Sure. I think they do kind of the same thing.
Yeah, both good all-around players kind of thing.
But then you open up a hole in the offseason. Like, are you going to re-sign Alex Tuck to a long-term deal? The answer is probably no. Am I moving him to bring Evander Kane in here? No. I'm not doing that because I can get Evander Kane with lesser assets.
And listen, this is not against Val. Like, I think Val is a terrific player. And I think the value that you have with that contract is incredible. I'm just asking who would be good enough that you would entertain moving him for, right? Because in a trade, you got to get hurt somehow, right?
Kyrou.
If you're going for somebody who's worthwhile, you're going to get hurt in that trade. Thomas has term left.
And he's a center, which it throws his value through the roof.
But like his contract's like $8 million a year or something. Like,
great contract for a guy who scores 80 points.
Great contract. So I could be talked into that for Val, right? Like future proofing a little bit. He's 26. Like if you tell me you're sending Val in next year's first, and I'd even throw in who's the goalie?
Ilya
Nabokov, right? And if they want that for, a center who's 26 with term, okay, you know what I mean? So, but it would take that kind of deal, I think, to do it. I don't think I'd do it for Nas in any kind of straight up scenario or anything like that.
And the good news here is you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like if you want Nazem Kadri or you want Ryan O'Reilly or you want a Bobby McMahon, who is certainly a lower tier player and way cheaper. If you want a player like that, the Avs don't have to move on from Val Nichushkin. They can just package some younger players, whether it's Gavin Brindley or Gulyayev, the young defenseman in Russia right now, with a first-round pick, or they've got like 3 fourth-round picks. You don't have to move on from Val Nichushkin to get better this year. You can add without that.
For the first time in what feels like years.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to get creative or cheeky with the cap to get somebody in here. And that's, by the way, give them a little bit of credit because that is what the Girard trade gave you.
Certainly.
It's the first time since the Cup run where they trade for Josh Manson and Arturi Lehkonen around the deadline that they've been able to go, we have assets and cap space to play with.
Yeah, last year they did it, but last year it felt like they were dancing. You know what I mean? They were dodging bullets when it came to the cap, but they were able to make a bunch of moves. It was a great job by them to be creative and do that. But yeah, I mean, you can just make an ad this year, period.
Dude, just remember back to what happened last year with Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic. They traded, for the first time in NHL history, they traded their number 1 and number 2 goaltender before Christmas.
Yeah.
That had never happened before.
Yeah,
They traded a future Hall of Famer.
And remember how good we felt going into the playoff, the first series.
I felt great.
And we all knew it was going to be Dallas, of course. But I felt great going into that series. I really thought they had put together an incredible team.
It took Ryan Lindgren turning the wrong way, and it took a puck going in off of Sam Girard's skate, and it took an anemic power play for you to lose that series.
I felt like the Avs were the better team.
They were 100% the better team. It took a heinous Miles Wood turnover for you to lose that series.
Yeah, that's bad.
If you play that series again, Colorado wins it. I think that was you play that series 10 times in the same type of fashion, Colorado wins 8 of 10. And last year was the 20% of the series that you lose. They were good enough. They're good enough this year, and they're going to continue to get better over the course of the next 48 hours. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. 1 hour from right now, head coach of the Denver Nuggets, David Adelman, will join PhD on the other side of the break. KJ's NFL Notes. You won't want to miss it. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League. A programming note, 1 hour from right now on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Nuggets head coach David Adelman will join the program. You guys won't want to miss that. Again, 1 hour from right now. It's a Coach Wednesday. We had Jarrett Bednar on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 9 a.m. today. But big news in the NFL. KJ, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It'll be our second story. It's a huge trade in the AFC West. Trent McDuffie goes from Kansas City to the LA Rams. But what's first?
The New York Jets, as we talked about obviously yesterday, they franchise tagged running back Breece Hall, and that non-exclusive tag has a $14.293 million value to it. Yes, thank you. And so the Jets obviously have right of first refusal and will receive 2 first-round draft picks as compensation if they decline to match. But according to NFL insider Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports, quote, Denver is the reason why the Jets used the franchise tag on Breece Hall rather than the transition tag, making sure Denver wouldn't get the opportunity to make an offer the New York Jets would refuse to match, end quote. Wanted to ask you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you that the Broncos will potentially overpay for a running back?
Rob's worried.
10.
Rob's worried. Rob's at a 10. Rob is raising the alarm bell.
10.
I kind of want them to overpay right now. Now,
everybody does.
Now, do I want them to spend more than 3 years on a running back? Absolutely not. As long as it has the same timeline as Bo Nix's 5th year.
Well, you have to remember, the contract could be a 5-year contract, and you might be able to get out of the last 2 without any dead money. You know what I mean? So remember that the guaranteed money and where it falls in NFL contracts is important. So if you see a 5-year deal, don't necessarily freak out. But that being said, these are guys. I mean, you're worried about injury problems with J.K. Dobbins?
Of course.
What about Travis Etienne? He's missed large parts of many seasons with injury.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
All right, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure he has.
He played in 17 games as a rookie. He played in 17 games as a sophomore in the NFL. He missed 2 games in his 3rd season, and he played in 17 games last year.
All right, my mistake.
The one who Breece Hall basically missed an entire season plus.
Right. Listen. I think injuries at the running back position happen. I don't think anybody is. You are getting hit by 300-pound dudes. And I thought that ETN had an injury history, so I'll eat that one.
Kenneth Walker did only play 11 games 2 years ago. So maybe.
It's just something that happens at that position, which just leads me to say, to KJ's point, don't overpay for one. Don't overpay for one. If you can get 2 guys for the price of one. The way that injuries happen in the NFL, Tyler's the one that says, everybody says it. It's 100% guaranteed injury sport.
Right, but Tyler is also slamming the table for one of these 2 running backs. You're an unabashed Buffalo Bills backer.
Yes.
Is James Cook worth $12 million a year?
12? Yeah.
That's what he's being paid.
Yeah. He also led the NFL in rushing last year.
That's what you got to pay to get one of those dudes.
Did Travis Etienne lead the NFL in rushing last year and I missed it?
No, he had 1,100 yards. He did not lead the NFL in rushing, but Etienne
Kenneth Walker lead? Did Kenneth Walker start on his team?
He did start on his team. He was the 1A to the 1B of Charbonnet.
Okay, all right. Did he lead the NFL in rushing?
No, he was number 16.
You probably shouldn't pay him $12 million a year. Now listen, if you're telling me how about this? Just to further your point, not that I think that this is going to happen, but Broncos send the 30th overall pick to the Bills for James Cook. Am I okay with that $12 million being on your salary cap? Sure. If you're going to use him like the Bills used him, are you going to give him that volume of carries? Are you going to throw to him out of the backfield? It's hard to say when we've never seen Davis Webb call plays before. But if you are going to feature him, then sure. Pay him $12 million. He's proven that he can do it.
We've done this exercise with Sean Peyton, and Sean Peyton's fingerprints will be all over Davis Webb's offense.
Sure.
Peyton only relies on his running back when he knows he has the dude. And he's had multiple guys like that. He's had the Mark Ingrams, and he's had Alvin Kamara, and he's had Reggie Bush, right? When he knows he's got a guy that can be a difference maker, he will run the rock constantly.
Yeah.
He hasn't had that guy yet here in Colorado, in Denver.
And I just don't, I think there's only a handful of those guys.
You think it ends at the top 10 running backs in the league?
I don't think
Like
you
it
even get
goes
to 10.
James Cook, that guy. Derrick Henry,
Hold
that
on.
guy.
I wouldn't even pay James Cook like $16 million.
Yeah, 1,600 yards and 12 touchdowns on the ground.
The Bills went through this last offseason. He was going to be a free agent. He ended up signing the $12 million deal. And we were all like, okay, that was kind of the top of the market that I would pay for him. Now, he came out and had a much better year even than that. But that was kind of the top of the market that I was willing to go. So am I willing to go to 16 for Kenneth Walker?
No,
I don't think so.
No, I'm not going to 16 for Walker.
But
I'm okay at 13
I mean,
over 3
you
years.
said his agent said it starts at the franchise tag, which is what, 14?
14 and change.
Yeah. So, are you going to go to 15 for Kenneth Walker? Because I wouldn't.
I like ETN better than Walker. I do. I think he's a better pass catcher, obviously, with 6 touchdowns in the passing game. If it caps at 3 years, I can do it. Because unlike the Buffalo Bills, the Broncos have a quarterback on a rookie deal. They can fit this thing in for the next 3 seasons. The reason why Buffalo is so thin elsewhere is because you're paying Josh Allen $1 bajillion. You ain't doing that with Bo Nix yet.
I disagree with that because he can be restructured to make that cap hit smaller anytime you need him to. Because you're never getting rid of him, so you can just keep pushing that money into the future. I think that's a terrible excuse for having a bad roster for the Bills. So I know they've used it, but I'm just saying, as a Bills fan or as an outsider, that's a bad excuse because you can do exactly what they did, which is restructure his contract and give yourself more cap room, and his cap hit is like $30 million. So I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't overpay for a guy who's going to end up hurt and not on the field. That's all.
KJ, what's next?
I got the same amount of rings as you got.
I'm sorry. I had to throw that drop in there.
That was great. I love that.
The biggest story in the NFL today, the Kansas City Chiefs have agreed to a blockbuster trade with the Los Angeles Rams to send all-pro cornerback Trent McDuffie to the Rams for 4 draft picks, including the 29th overall pick this year, a 5th and 6th round pick from this year's draft, and a 2027 third-round pick from next year's draft. And obviously McDuffie is expected to sign a long-term contract extension with the Rams. So that's one part of the story. On the other side of the fence, because this is Roger's guy, the Eagles have been receiving calls about A.J. Brown, but what's holding them up is they want a package of some semblance regarding a first-round pick and a second-round sweetener as well. What do we think about the blockbuster trade and then just encompassing the fact that the Broncos know what they need to get this offseason to get better? When will they start swinging Super Bowl winning trades in regards to sacrificing their draft picks as well?
A first and a second is a little bit too much.
A little.
It's a little bit too much.
A lot of it.
I'll trade number 30 for A.J. Brown. But again, it's not just trading number 30. It's also bringing in that contract, which then you're not even talking about the top 10 running backs on the free agent market coming here to Denver. You're going, here's J.K. Dobbins and here's R.J. Harvey, and we're going to draft some dude in the 5th round, and that's your running back room. So I've gotten a little bit cooler on my bring in a number 1 bona fide wide receiver here to Denver because I think the running back is more important. It's the bigger hole here in Colorado.
Ugh. See, and this is to be fair, this is what's hard. Again, we have no idea what a Davis Webb offense is going to look like. And so would you rather spend that money at wide receiver or running back? I think is very much tied to how do you think Davis Webb is going to call this offense? That being said, I would prefer that you get that as a pass catcher, wide receiver, or tight end rather than spend that money at running back. So I'm okay with the A.J. Brown idea, but a first and a second?
Too much.
No. And it brings up some interesting names because everybody talks about A.J. Brown as the tradable wide receiver. I think there are others out there. KJ, you brought up Jalen Waddle earlier off air. We talked as I've gone through the league and looked, there are other players that I think could be available that are younger that you might be able to trade for. How about Brian Thomas Jr.? How about Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Arizona's going to get rid of Marvin Harrison Jr.?
You don't know what the new coaching staff wants, what they're going to do. I think it's a possibility.
Dude, we saw him in person this year at camp. Whoa.
Now listen, his on-field record as an NFL player, not great. You know what I mean? Like, his stats haven't been great. He's missed games, but
he's only 23.
Exactly. And
I would jump at the bit for Marvin Harrison Jr.
And I think there are some of these younger receivers that you might be able to go after and get out of places. I mean, can you go get Olave? Is Garrett Wilson up for sale?
Garrett Wilson would be fun.
Oh, I would love Garrett Wilson. Now, listen, he's the best player on that team, right? So
it's either him or Breece Hall.
No, I think he's the best player on that team. I think he's head and shoulders above Breece Hall. And so, but I don't think they trade him, but I just would rather open the conversation to, are these other guys available? Because if I'm paying a first and a second, I'd rather Jalen Waddle or Garrett Wilson.
Jalen Waddle doesn't do it for me. Garrett Wilson does. Jalen Waddle doesn't.
But I'd rather that than A.J. Brown if the price is going to get that high.
To come full circle on the McDuffie trade, it is a massive haul, and it's now the second time that the Rams have made a big-time trade for a big-time corner. You'll remember all the way back in 2019 when the Jags traded Jalen Ramsey to L.A. in exchange for 2 first-round picks and a 4th. It's pretty comparable. So this haul is pick number 29, a 4th, a 5th, and a future 3rd. It is comparable. It's not quite the 2 first-round picks that they had to give up to give Jalen Ramsey. They're kind of the same level of player, level of star corner at that point in their careers.
Les dusted off the mug, man. He dusted off the mug, and he's just saying F them picks. And that team is scary, man. That team is scary good.
When do the Broncos get to F them picks mode?
Now. Before you pay Bo, before you have to decide if you pay Bo.
Well, that decision's kind of made, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
That decision is made.
Okay.
You are not moving on from Bo Nix. He's
I
already shown you that he can get you to the playoffs. He is.
I'm not saying that.
If he was healthy in the AFC Championship, the Broncos are playing in a Super Bowl against Seattle.
I'm simply saying that I don't have to make that decision yet, so I'm not going to.
Oh, that decision's made.
Okay.
I think that's the craziest thing you've said all day.
Okay. All right.
KJ, what's next?
I got the same amount of rings as you got.
The Kyler Murray era with the Arizona Cardinals is officially coming to a close. They announced that they plan to release him if they do not get a trade worked out between now and next week's new league year. Murray is guaranteed $36.8 million for the 2026 season and would have been guaranteed another $19.5 million for the 2027 season if he were to remain on the roster through March 16th. They are going to have a dead cap hit of $54.7 million for the 2026 season. Where's the next best fit for Kyler Murray?
The soon-to-be Las Vegas Athletics. Go play baseball, young man. You're still only 28. You were a first-round pick.
I think it would be very interesting to see him do like one of the rehabilitation years with somebody like O'Connell in Minnesota and sign like a 1-year deal.
That's a really good fit with all those rumors of them going, J.J. McCarthy ain't the answer.
Right. I think it would be a mistake for him to go to one of the teams that's QB needy. So if the Dolphins really are moving on from Tua, which the reports are that they will, I think signing in Miami would be a mistake. I think signing in New York with the Jets would be a mistake. Because I think he's been through a bad organization and a not good coach, and when he had a decent coach, which not that Cliff Kingsbury is a decent head coach, but when he had a decent play caller, they were winning 10 games and going to the playoffs, so I don't know. I feel like you want to put him in a good organization with a good head coach and see where it goes from there.
Minnesota's a really intriguing spot for him.
I think it's the likeliest. There's this little part of me that says he's going to be a Chief. They can sign him for
Does that scare you as a Broncos fan?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he'd kind of be a 500 quarterback.
Fine. But then Patrick Mahomes comes back. Then Patrick Mahomes is walking through that door. So, if he signs with the Chiefs, it's to play 6 or 8 games
Something
like we
like
were
that.
talking about. You have a head coach and play caller who are terrific. Can he keep them afloat and even play 500 ball? He then gets to sit on the bench and be your backup through the playoffs, rehabilitates his career, and signs a deal with somebody else as a starter next year.
I didn't think I was going to get a text message from an Athletics fan today, but I go, this is from Jay. No, I don't want Kyle on my team. I have a great young core in the outfield. I don't want him there mixing things up. Tell him to keep playing football. You guys don't want to see Kyler Murray?
It'd be fun.
He wouldn't have to go in the outfield. Put him at second base. He can play. He can have a nice little connection with Jacob Wilson out there at shortstop.
It'd be fun at least.
I want to see that happen. He was number 7 overall or something like that.
I think he's a better quarterback than people give him credit for. I don't think he's he might be on the outskirts of the top 10, but I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's somewhere between 10 and 20 in the NFL. I'd say probably 10 and 15, and he'll find a spot to start. I just think it's been bad for him PR wise, and he's got to stay on the field. But I think that he's better than a lot of other quarterback options around the league.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That's Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Some other news around the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys do get underneath the salary cap because they restructured the contracts of Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Smith, their starting left guard. So they're trying to do the same thing that Kansas City has done with their restructures, which is just we're in cap hell. We need to be compliant. It's not really for opening up space to go out and get a big time player. It's just to, be able to play football.
Right.
So that happened with the Dallas Cowboys. We noodled around the idea of the Broncos trading their backup quarterback. Could you get a 5th round pick for Jarrett Stidham? If you could, you got to do it. Rob Trujillo's filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. As a reminder, David Adelman coming up at 12:20. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rob Trujillo hanging out with us, filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. Coach will be back tomorrow. KJ is behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. PhD's coming up next. They'll have head coach of your Denver Nuggets, David Adelman, at 12:20. Nuggets and Avs both off this evening. Nuggets will be back on it Thursday against the Lakers. That's a 7:30 pregame show on 92.5. And then the Avs, this has been circled for months and months and months. They'll travel to Dallas for the first time this season on Friday evening at 6 p.m. That's like 5 hours after the NHL's trade deadline comes and goes. Your pregame will start at 5:30 p.m. on 92.5.
See your family tonight. Hang out with the fam tonight.
Yeah.
Call that friend you haven't talked to in a while.
Of course.
Because you got a night off finally.
What are the big sports that are happening this year? I'm sure there's a couple of decent basketball and hockey games out there.
Yeah, spend some time with your family tonight.
There's actually not that great of hockey games out there. There's
There
some
you go.
actually really bad hockey games
There you
tonight.
go.
The NBA's got a bunch of bad. The
Spend
Thunder
time-
and the Knicks. That's it at 5 p.m.
Spend time with your family tonight.
Some other news around the NFL. Mekhi Becton, who signed a 2-year, $20 million deal last offseason with LA, part of their offensive line that was non-existent in the postseason. Actually, like non-existent in injury plagued the entire year. Mekhi Becton will be cut from the LA Chargers. They're going to carry a $9.7 million dead cap hit. Sixth year in the league, hasn't really been able to stay healthy.
Had a good year last year, which got him the 2-year, $20 million deal, but did not play up to that this year. So,
would you kick the tires on a guy like him? Do you need to?
No, not for anything other than if I'm going to get rid of Powers in a cap space move, then maybe I'd start thinking about it. But
you don't need to make that move.
Yeah, I would stay away from that.
The only moves that you're going to make on the offensive line is like draft the guy.
It's the only thing that you do is if you want Palczewski to start and you want to get rid of Powers. I mean, that's really the only thing. But yeah, I mean, as a backup, if you do move on from Powers and you put Palczewski into that starter role, and then you want to look at Becton at, a couple $1 million for a backup, sure. But other than that, no.
You want to hear the roster that the Rockies have to play against today? The Rockies play Team USA in a World Baseball Classic exhibition. So Team USA did this yesterday.
Yeah.
And the Giants, a much better baseball team than you, Colorado, lost 15-1. Kyle Freeland is going to start this game for the Rockies.
I feel bad for him, actually.
I feel terrible for him.
I mean, former Team USA pitcher Kyle
Freeland
is going to start again.
Very good pull. He has to face this murderer's row. Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber is 1, 2, 3, 4. He follows that up with Alex Bregman, Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles, Will Smith, who, he kills the Rockies, the Dodgers catcher, Ernie Clement, and then the fastest guy in baseball, Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh, good God!
Yeah.
If it was 15-1 yesterday against the Giants.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, turn off the updates. Because if you have the score updates on, turn off the updates. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen.
That might be can't miss TV today.
I am cautiously excited about the Rockies. Not that they're going to be good, but that you're at the start here of the climb. Like, I think you've bottomed out.
Last year was the bottom.
Yeah, well, the last 2 years, yeah. I think this is the start of the climb. So I might be ready to get hurt by them again. Am I going to pay for the TV package is the question. You know what I mean?
What does the start of the climb mean?
60 wins.
Okay.
102
losses?
Something like that.
It feels a little bit more edible.
I don't think they're great. I don't think they're going to be in contention. I just think you're going to start to see. I think 60 might even be low. 70.
Is this all because Jordan Beck and Zach Veen are all beefed up?
I just think you have some talent. I think there are a few guys who are good players on that team, and you got to start getting those guys in and having the talent show through. But, DMac was sitting there last year trying to watch them closely and watch their young talent and see if it was good enough. And I think this is the year to do that.
All right.
I don't think it was last year.
It is refreshing to hear someone have an optimistic take on a garbage baseball team.
I think they're like 3 to 4 years from doing anything even close to a winning baseball
Is it
team.
better to have an optimistic take on the Rockies obviously sucking this year, or is it better for me as a lifelong Met fan to have an optimistic take on a team that has unlimited amounts of money that will inevitably miss the playoffs again because, well, they're the freaking Mets?
Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself.
The Family Guy did a whole bit on it.
The team's history has nothing to do with what they will do this year.
That is spoken like a Buffalo Bills fan.
Right?
I love you for that so much.
Why do you think I'm doing this? Listen, now here's all I'll say about that. I was on this station with Vic Lombardi 4 years ago, and the Nuggets had always blown it. They had never won a title.
Nug life had not gone away yet.
And I told him, you have to believe that they will win for them to win. The fan base has to believe it. They have to believe it.
It's a different variation on my favorite saying of just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't.
Right. And guess what? They did. They did. But he said, I can't get myself into thinking that. The past years, the Lakers stealing the impound pass had nothing to do with the fact that the Nuggets were good enough to win an NBA title.
Are they good enough this year?
And choking a 7.5 game lead with 10 games left.
Thanks, Tom Glavine.
What was that, 2010?
I think it was like 2007 or something like that.
Whatever.
2008. Tom Glavine lost last game of the year to the Marlins.
Has nothing to do with if the New York Mets are going to be good this year. Zero.
The Nuggets good enough to win a title this year?
Is
it tough to see through the ugly rain clouds right now?
No, I am 100% in the Scott Hastings camp. I am not worried at all.
Okay.
You saw what this team looked like when they were fully healthy at the beginning of the year, and all the talk around the league was the only team that can run with Oklahoma City is the Denver Nuggets.
And they've run with OKC without being healthy.
They are clearly in their heads. And I heard a ton of Thunder players talk over the offseason about how that was their toughest playoff series by far.
Boston also said that a couple of years ago. They were like, the fact that we didn't have to go through Denver, and thank goodness.
You've seen what that team is when they're healthy. If you are healthy and you have depth, listen, I know the defense hasn't been great. You're missing Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon.
Your two best defenders.
You were missing Christian Brown for a large portion
Your
of the season
third best
before.
Defender.
Like, they're fine. Get to the playoffs and get everybody healthy. I don't need a hamstring looming over the playoffs.
This was the quote from Lou Dort in The Athletic earlier today. It was a physical game throughout the entire game, he told The Athletic after Tuesday's win over the Chicago Bulls. And I continue to quote, obviously that was unnecessary contact that I shouldn't have done. I got the worst of it by getting thrown out of the game. But yeah, it's a high-level game. I'm a competitor, so I compete. That's just a physical game, and there are limits to it, and I went over the limit.
You're in their head, and that favors the less talented team.
That feels like you're in your head. When's the last time you heard the Oklahoma City Thunder apologize for being the Oklahoma City Thunder?
So they might be in your head too, but that's okay.
Oh, I don't know if they're in Denver's head. I think that's an identity crisis for OKC where they see the rest of the league and the referees finally going, what the hell are these guys doing on the court? And now they're trying to backtrack and make sure it doesn't bite them in the postseason.
Right. And I'll put up a meme that says, like, the worst person that you know made a good point. Nick Wright is the one who did a whole thing on this that kind of went viral. He's right, I think, that now you've drawn attention to the fact that Oklahoma City always plays like this. They are always all over you. Caruso was mobbing Jokic in the playoffs last year and didn't get called. And now, yeah, I think you hurt yourself a little bit in the sense that they're going to be looking out for you playing like that. So, yeah, I mean, listen, is it going to be chippy? Is it going to be probably a 7-game series?
It'll be a bloodbath.
Just fine. You know what I mean? Like, it just get there healthy. And if you have to shut down Gordon for the rest of the year until the playoffs, then shut him down. I know that's not what the prognosis is right now, but I'm just saying, like, if that's what you have to do for him to get to the playoffs healthy, shut him down.
Well, I talked about it yesterday. Like, Adelman has said multiple times, I can't keep playing my guys 36 minutes a night. And you know what he keeps doing? Playing his guys 36 minutes a night. Like, when are you going to commit to that, man?
Yeah, and I don't care if you fall to the 4th or 5th or 6th seed.
You're already there.
No, but I'm saying, like, at the end of the year, plenty of people talking about, can you get to 2? And, like, sure, I'd love you to get to 2, but I don't care if you fall to the 4th, 5th, or 6th seed when the playoffs run around, as long as you're healthy. I think you can beat anybody.
Rob Trujillo filling in for the coach. As always, delightful to have you on today.
Thanks for having me,
Thank
man.
you so much
Appreciate
for
it.
coming in. For KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next 20 minutes from right now. The guy that we just talked about, head coach David Adelman, will join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Love you guys. Have a great day. No Nuggets, no Avs tonight. Nuggets will be back on the court tomorrow night, and then the Avs take on the Stars on Friday evening.
Have dinner with your family.
See your kids. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Oh, man, what a glorious day. Absolutely beautiful out. The weather in Utah yesterday must have been killer.
It was beautiful in Utah yesterday.
I'm going to guess.
Steve Jobs.
I'll tell you this. There is so much going on here today. It's almost difficult to sort of know even where to start. So
what's going on, DMac?
Well, I'll hit you with just some headlines here, and we'll see how we do. First of all, Diana Rossini puts it out there that Jarrett Stidham has been inquired about by multiple teams, not just one or two, but several teams have inquired about a trade for Jarrett Stidham.
You need to rephrase the way that was said.
How so?
Because that was how Diana reported it. You are correct.
Oh, okay.
That is a correct. That is correct. You read that correctly.
Okay.
However, the correct way to say it would be the Denver Broncos are desperately trying to trade Jarrett Stidham right now, and they are